Chapter 505. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. His true chi, myriad Tao treasure tome, soul power, and innate bloodline power could not break through within a short period of time. Therefore, Knight Sorrow decided to work hard on his cultivation base to prepare for his advancement to the venerable realm. Soul power was the foundation of mastering the oneness of heaven and man. It was also the key to entering the venerable realm. Knight Sorrow could now achieve the state of being one with his spear. Both the attack power and accuracy of his spear technique were improving. If it was in the past, Knight Sorrow would probably return to the Medicine Valley to cultivate. After all, Pill Cauldron Cliff was a holy place for cultivation. However, Knight Sorrow did not need to do so now. The 8-Dragon Cauldron had already been upgraded. It was no longer a spiritual weapon but a sacred weapon. However, its grade was not as high as the Time Pagoda. The speed at which it absorbed the energy of heaven and earth was also faster than the pagoda. In the past, Knight Sorrow could cultivate quickly in Pill Cauldron Cliff because his grade was low and the amount of energy he needed was less. As for Knight Sorrow, he was now at the 5th level of the Void Inquiry stage. The amount of energy he needed to cultivate at this level was countless times higher than before. While Knight Sorrow was cultivating steadily, the world outside was changing rapidly. First of all, there was the change in Taiyu Domain. Taiyu Domain had already been jointly ruled by the Eastern Profound region and the Northern Sea region. The two regions used a conciliatory policy and did not attack the local cultivators. Everyone knew that everyone had the determination and perseverance in their hearts. In order to avoid being ostracized, the Eastern Profound region and the Northern Sea region issued an announcement. After announcing the cause of the incident, it also stated that this was the second time that Taiyu Domain had launched a domain war against the Eastern Profound region. After the announcement was made, no one came out to refute it. This meant that it was true that Taiyu Domain had attacked the Eastern Profound region twice. This fact caused a storm among the cultivators of Taiyu Domain. It also subconsciously changed their attitude towards the Eastern Profound region and the Northern Sea region. Cultivators were very straightforward. Taiyu Domain had followed Qing Tian region to attack the Eastern Profound region. It was normal for the latter to retaliate as they were not invaders at all. Since Taiyu Domain attacked them, they had to bear the consequences. This was something that everyone understood. After that, the Eastern Xian region and the Northern Sea Domain announced their policies towards the Taiyu Domain. They would not change the current power structure of the sects and clans in the Taiyu Domain, nor would they take away the resources of the Taiyu Domain. The resources of the Taiyu Domain would be used to nurture the cultivators of the Taiyu Domain. The only requirement was that the Taiyu Domain had to stand on the same side as the Eastern Profound region and the Northern Sea Domain. At the same time, the Eastern Profound region and the Northern Sea Domain would also protect the stability of the Taiyu Domain. They would not allow forces from other domains to invade the Taiyu Domain. As soon as such a policy was announced, all the major sects and clans in the Taiyu Domain expressed their allegiance. The latest 2 chapters, Section K / after all, without a leader, Taiyu Domain would definitely be attacked. Even if the Eastern Xian region and the Northern Sea Domain didn't come, other domains would come. The Eastern Xian region and the Northern Sea Domain's combined strength had greatly increased. Taiyu Domain didn't have the ability to resist. Moreover, the Eastern Xian region and the Northern Sea Domain's attitude was still very friendly. Love go little say cool. Other than that, the Tianjin Tower also released some announcements that were beneficial to the development of the Taiyu Domain. If the Taiyu Domain could cooperate with the Eastern Xian region and the Northern Sea Domain and prevent any disputes, the rewards of the missions issued by the Tianjin Tower in the Taiyu Domain would be increased by 30% in the next few years. The 3 major forces worked together to completely subdue the various forces in the Taiyu Domain. Knight Sorrow didn't know about any of this. All he did was cultivate diligently. At night, he cultivated his foundation. During the day, he spent most of his time cultivating his spear techniques. Knight Sorrow, you don't have to work so hard, Sikong Chuyu said as she walked over. Beside her was Yang Lei, who had just sparred with Yi Shiwen. Yang Lei wasn't a match for Sikong Chuyu at the moment. Sikong Chuyu's sky blue water attribute power had strengthened her body more and more. She wasn't far from officially forming the sky blue constitution. It's not hard at all. Night Sorrow smiled at the two women. Night Sorrow had not seen Wu Lingfei during this period of time. He planned to give the ice silkworm soft garment to Yang Lei. However, he needed Wu Lingfei's help to make it recognize him as its master. Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu had reached the void inquiry stage for quite some time. However, they still couldn't make the ice silkworm soft garment recognize him as its master. While the three of them were chatting, Ho Jian and the others came over. "Leader, we went out for a walk just now and discovered a lot of news," Nan Liu said excitedly. "Why are you running around for no reason? Why aren't you working hard on your cultivation?" Night Sorrow glanced at Nan Liu and said, "I've been working hard on this. Today, I'm going out to get some fresh air," Nan Liu said in a low voice. Now, be it the Tianji Tower team or the blood-robed guards, all of them had absolute faith in Night Sorrow. None of them had any objections. "It's only right for me to get some fresh air. What news did you guys hear?" Night Sorrow took the teapot and asked after pouring tea for everyone. Ho Jian and the others told him about the current situation outside. "Not bad. This strategy is very good. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to control the situation if there's a backlash." Night Sorrow nodded and said, "None of us are brainless people, all right?" Nan Liu muttered. "Qing Jia and Qin Zhen's cultivation bases are slightly lower. You guys guide them well. Also, what about today? I'll also tell you guys a little trick. Remember to keep it a secret." Night Sorrow ignored Nan Liu's muttering and told them about how carving and pill refinement could help them cultivate their soul power. "Thank you, leader." Ho Jian and the others bowed because this secret technique was very important. "You guys can try to cultivate it. It's not like you can't teach it to others. If the person beside you has a good temperament, then there won't be a problem," Night Sorrow said. Then, Night Sorrow went to the blood-robed guards' cultivation area and told them about this matter, allowing the rank 5 members to start cultivating. After instructing Night Sorrow, he returned to the main pavilion and chatted with Sikong Chuyu and Yang Lei. "I haven't told you yet. A few days ago, Grand Elder Hua and the Great Elder came and brought some disciples of the Medicine Valley to Taiyue Domain. The City Lord's mansion gave us a few cities in Taiyue Domain," Yang Lei said. "That's a good thing," Night Sorrow said with a smile. "Also, the Great Elder mentioned that you should return to the Medicine Valley again," Yang Lei said. "If there's nothing else, let's go back and take a walk. I miss 6th Senior Sister and the others," Night Sorrow said to Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu. "What are we waiting for? Let's go," Yang Lei said excitedly. Night Sorrow and the others could leave whenever they wanted. It was very convenient with the transportation array. After instructing them, Night Sorrow led the two girls to the transportation array and set off for the Medicine Valley. At the same time, in Bailing City, north of the Qingtian region, a meeting was taking place in the Sikong family's mansion, which was even more luxurious than the city lord's mansion. An old man with white hair and beard sat in the main seat. He looked dignified without being angry. "Now tell me, who suggested the marriage between Chuyu and Ji Yu's family?" the old man asked. The dozens of people in the hall didn't say anything. "Can't you hear me?" the old man roared and smashed the chair beside him. The hall was terrifyingly quiet. No one dared to speak. The family lord has been in seclusion and doesn't care about the family's affairs. Before I went into seclusion, I said that Tianding will be in charge of the Sikong family for the time being. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to cause trouble? Do you think I won't know if you don't tell me? The old man waved his sleeve and slapped several people in the hall. "Granduncle, please calm down." A middle-aged man sitting on the left stood up. Chapter 506. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tian Ding, don't tell me you have nothing to do with this. What did I tell you? It's because you have the ability to control the family that I let you manage the family's affairs. Don't tell me that you don't have the ability to control the situation. Can't your feather guards take care of them? The white-haired old man glared at Sikong Tianding. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs.com, yes. But that's not the best solution. If we rely on force to sort out the family, it will be accompanied by a storm of blood. The Sikong family's strength will be damaged, and the losses will outweigh the gains. Tianding can wait until granduncle comes out of seclusion, said Sikong Tianding. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. What you did was right. You were able to restrain your inner emotions and put the interests of the family first. The patriarch and I did not misjudge you. Tianding will do his best. Sikong Tianding cupped his hands and returned to his seat. Are you blind? He didn't know what Jiyu family was like, but what happened to Taiyue territory? From now on, Tianjing and Tianhua are not allowed to take even half a step into the assembly hall and are not allowed to participate in any of the family's affairs. You two elders, go and hand in your duties. The family will arrange for you to retire. The old man instructed again and directly abolished the 4 people who had tried to seize power. Then, someone chased the 4 of them out of the hall. The old man's name was Sikong Luyun. He wasn't the family head, but he was the soul of the Sikong family. He could appoint and dismiss the family head. Tianyu, make a trip to the eastern Xian region. When you see Chuyu, bring her back. Tell her that the clan will no longer force her, Sikong Luyun said to a female elder of the Sikong clan. Latest 3+ chapter AP Granduncle, it's hard to say if we can call Chuyu back. According to the news that we received, she has privately pledged to marry someone else. Sikong Tianyu hesitated for a moment before saying. No. I can choose not to force her, and no one can force her. However, her husband must pass my eyes, Sikong Luyun said. Very well, the heavenly mandate will do it now. Sikong Tianyu said. She knew Sikong Chuyu. Her niece was a treasure in Sikong Liuyun's eyes. Sikong Luyun stood up and said, the world is going to change. The birth of a saint is a big deal. Alright, I'm going to go into seclusion. Tianding, you take care of the family's affairs. Sikong Tianding nodded. It wasn't his first time managing a clan. It was just that this time, someone was trying to seize power, and he didn't want to start a fight. Night Sorrow and the other 2 returned to Danding City. Standing in front of the Golden Flame Palace, Night Sorrow pondered whether or not he should greet Yu Yangyu. He had not seen Yu Yangyu for a long time. While Night Sorrow was thinking, the door to the Golden Flame Palace opened and Yu Yangyu walked out. Disciples greet Master. Night Sorrow and the other 2 bowed to Yu Yangyu. Good, very good. Get up quickly. Yu Yangyu reached out and helped Night Sorrow up. Your cultivation has far surpassed the other second-generation disciples. Even among the elders, there are only a few who have higher cultivation than you. Very good. Yu Yangyu said as he sized up Night Sorrow. Master, can you leave? Let's find a place and I'll treat you to a drink. Love go little say, Chu Night Sorrow said. Of course. I also wanted to come out for some fresh air and calm myself down before continuing my seclusion. How's the situation now? Yu Yangyu asked. He had been in seclusion all this time, so he didn't know the current situation. Yang Lei then told Yu Yangyu about the current situation in the 9 zones. The Medicine Valley has also fought our way out. This is a good situation. Yu Yangyu said excitedly. After entering the tavern, Night Sorrow took out 2 jars of wine and poured them. The Eastern Xian domain is in a good situation. The Medicine Valley is also in a good situation. This is very good. I've missed a lot in order to improve my strength, Yu Yangyu said. Master, 13th junior brother has a bright future. The Eastern Xian Domain City Lord Mansion and Tianji Tower both value 13th junior brother very much. His personal bodyguards are all high-level venerables. They didn't follow us this time, Yang Lei said. It's safe now. The people of the Qingtian Domain can't enter the Eastern Xian Domain. As long as I'm in the Eastern Xian Domain, I'm safe. I don't need personal bodyguards, so Supervisor Lan didn't follow us, Night Sorrow said. After drinking, they returned to Pill Cauldron Mountain. The four of them saw a lot of people at the mountain gate, but they didn't know anyone. After the Medicine Valley took over the Golden Flame sect's territory, they started recruiting disciples and had more disciples. Seeing Yu Yangyu's Dao pattern robe, all the disciples bowed to greet him. They're all people I don't know, Yang Lei said. You're no longer people of the same era. What level are you at? 5th stage. Isn't 9th brother still an elder? How can he get along with the disciples below him? Yu Yangyu said with a smile. Master, you've been in seclusion, so you don't know. 13th junior brother was forcefully promoted to the position of Deputy Valley Master by the Supreme Elder, the Great Elder, the Elder Council, and the Peak Masters, but he didn't take it seriously, Yang Lei said with a smile as she pulled Night Sorrow's arm. Ha! Master's disciples are all promising. Not bad, Yu Yangyu said happily. The group arrived at Pill Cauldron Hall. Yu Yangyu asked Gong Xian and Chu Ling Shao about the Medicine Valley situation, then returned to Taishian Peak. When Yu Yangyu returned with Night Sorrow, Yang Lei, and Sikong Chuyu, the people of Taishian Peak gathered together to drink and chat. Master, a few years ago, when you asked me to bring 13th junior brother back to Bamboo Forest Peak, he was still a child. Now that I think about it, it feels unreal, Gong Xian said with a sigh as he gestured Night Sorrow's height with his hand. This is the change of times. It's good that you're all independent now. If you have time, come to Southern Sky City and visit Guanye's family. Yu Yangyu shook his head as he thought of his 12th disciple, Guanyi. Hearing Yu Yangyu's words, the others nodded. Guanye's matter was a pain for Yu Yangyu and his disciples. Night Sorrow didn't feel as much because he hadn't seen Guanyi. Master, we'll go there later, Yang Lei said. Alright, Night Sorrow, you should also go back to your hometown, Yu Yangyu said. 13. Your hometown is currently under construction. The focus of the construction is Gunan Town and Zhuyuan Town. Zhuyuan City is to be built. Now, Zhuyuan Town is just a scenic town in the periphery, Gong Xian said. Thank you, senior brother, Night Sorrow said. That's what I should do. As long as a disciple makes an outstanding contribution to Medicine Valley, their hometown will definitely take care of them. 13th junior brother, you don't have to think too much, Yu Yangyu said. I understand, Night Sorrow nodded. Alright, you guys go later, Yu Yangyu nodded to Night Sorrow and the others. After drinking and greeting everyone, Night Sorrow and the others released their mounts and flew towards Southern Sky City. Their mounts were extremely fast now. In half a day, they arrived at Southern Sky City's Qingnan Town, which was also Guanye's hometown. Chapter 507. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Night Sorrow and the other two looked at each other and walked toward the canyon where Guanye's grave was. Before they even entered the canyon, Night Sorrow and the other two sensed something strange. What was this sinister aura? It was thick with death energy. Something's not right. You two be careful, Night Sorrow said. I want to see what's going on. If anyone dares to mess around in 12th's grave, I'll kill them all. Yang Lei was a little angry. Among Yang Lei's 4 junior brothers, the 10th, Tao Yuan, was the oldest. Mo Chen, Guan Yi, and Yi Shang were the youngest. Apart from her current relationship with Yi Shang, the other two were her blood brothers. If anyone dared to blaspheme Guan Yi, then the matter would be very serious. Don't be rash. I feel that something's wrong. I'm familiar with this death energy. Night Sorrow frowned. As they walked, Night Sorrow pondered. He didn't understand why this was happening, but he believed that his intuition was right. When they reached the end of the canyon, Night Sorrow and the other two discovered that the death energy was coming from Guan Ye's grave. What's going on? Yang Lei frowned. The body in the grave hasn't rotted. There's something wrong with this grave. Let me think. Night Sorrow closed his eyes and pondered. After organizing his thoughts, Night Sorrow opened his eyes. They were full of shock. The aura of the Dark Spirit Saint. It's the aura of the Dark Spirit Saint. Night Sorrow was shocked. What do you mean? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow, confused. The death energy here is the same as the aura of the Dark Spirit Saint I met in the death dimension, Night Sorrow said. Didn't you say that he reincarnated? What's going on? Yang Lei was a little anxious. After all, it was her junior brother, Guan Yi, who was in the tomb. I just checked and found that there is a hidden branch of an underground river under the tomb. Because of the cold air rushing up, 12th brother's body did not decompose. Now that there is death energy flowing in his body, it means that there will be a mutation, Night Sorrow said. There will definitely be changes. What does that mean? Sikong Chiyu asked. There are two possibilities. One is a zombie without intelligence, and the other is a spirit corpse with intelligence. But it's hard to say who it is. Maybe it's 12th brother, or maybe it's the Dark Spirit Saint. Night Sorrow analyzed. Then what should we do? Yang Lei's mind was a little unstable. I don't know either. If it wasn't for the Dark Spirit Saint, I would have chosen to stop the situation now. However, the Dark Spirit Saint is a magnanimous person. He wouldn't do something so senseless, said Yishang. I didn't expect to see you here. Very good. This is fate. A voice appeared out of nowhere. Senior. Night Sorrow was surprised. He didn't know what was going on. You came just in time. My consciousness is still here, so I can explain it to you. It's like this. This corpse has the death attribute, but it was not activated when he was alive. Also, his soul is very pure and hasn't completely dissipated. My energy can nourish his soul and revive him. The Dark Spirit Saint's voice sounded again. Junior understands, but who is this resurrected? Yishan asked the question in his heart. Don't worry. It's still him, but maybe he will retain a part of my memory. That will depend on luck. I originally planned to find a suitable unborn body to reincarnate, but when I came here and saw this corpse, I changed my mind. The Dark Spirit Saint's voice sounded again. Love go little say W, Chu, Senior, didn't you lose the chance to reincarnate? Night Sorrow asked in surprise. So what? He can grow up smoothly. Isn't he living in this world for me? When we parted, I said that even if I reincarnate, I will still be me. Remember your promise and pass on my inheritance to him, the Dark Spirit Saint instructed. Senior, you can't do it. Night Sorrow asked. I can't do it. In 3 days, my soul will truly disperse, and it will take some time for him to recover. Help me watch over him. Alright, that's all I have to say. Then, the Dark Spirit Saint's voice disappeared. Then, Night Sorrow left the canyon with the two girls. Yishang took out a jar of wine, poured out a bowl, and drank it in one gulp. 13. Does the Dark Spirit Saint mean that 12th junior brother can be revived? Yang Lei was a little emotional. Yes. Night Sorrow nodded. At this moment, Yang Lei and Night Sorrow's feelings were completely different. Yang Lei cared about Guan Ye's revival because he was her junior brother. Night Sorrow and Guan Yi didn't have any feelings, but Night Sorrow knew that the Dark Spirit Saint was truly going to disappear. Everyone's feelings are different. Calm down. Sikong Chuyu was a bystander and knew that Yang Lei and Night Sorrow's feelings were different. Yang Lei looked at Yishang and instantly understood that there was conflict between the two of them. Night Sorrow drank a jar of wine and meditated at the entrance of the canyon. Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu looked around and released their flying mounts to be on guard. Chuyu, is ninth senior sister being selfish? Yang Lei looked at Sikong Chuyu and asked. Carrot update XA knew best, quick and up S, no, but Night Sorrow and Senior Guan have never met before, so their feelings for each other are blank. The Dark Soul Saint is a senior he respects, so it's a shock to him, Sikong Chuyu said. That's true. I didn't consider that. 12th junior brother is very important to Master, to us, and to us, Yang Lei said. Night Sorrow will understand. Let nature take its course, Sikong Chuyu said. The next 2 days were quiet. On the third day, Night Sorrow brought a jar of wine to the canyon and placed it in front of Guan Ye's grave. Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu followed behind Night Sorrow. They knew that Night Sorrow was saying goodbye to the Dark Soul Saint. I am gratified to know you. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. He will live in my place in this world. The Dark Soul Saint's voice sounded again. At the same time, his figure appeared above Guan Ye's grave. Night Sorrow didn't say anything. He just nodded. Also, don't treat him as an evil walking corpse or zombie. I've already healed his body. Once his soul completely recovers, he'll be a living human. This may take some time, so I'll be leaving now. Don't worry about it. Some things are just the will of the heavens. The Dark Soul Saint's words carried a hint of relief that Night Sorrow could feel. Night Sorrow will complete Senior's task. Senior, have a safe journey. Night Sorrow bowed. Chapter 508. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Guan Ye's tomb trembled for a moment before calming down again. At the same time, all the death energy in the canyon gathered into Guan Ye's tomb. 13. Don't be sad. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow. Ninth senior sister, it's nothing. Perhaps this is the final destination of the Dark Spirit Saint. The one lying inside is my 12th senior brother. That's what I care about, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow, it's good that you can think this way. Actually, from another perspective, this is also a perfect outcome, Sikong Chuyu said. I understand. It seems that we can't leave this place for now. We'll go to Bamboo Garden Town later, Night Sorrow said. The energy in senior brother Guan's body in the tomb is increasing again, Sikong Chuyu said with some surprise. Night Sorrow then noticed the same thing. The energy in the corpse was increasing rapidly. It seems that after 12th senior brother recovers, he will make up for all the lost cultivation. It might be a blessing in disguise, Night Sorrow said. After that, Night Sorrow and the other two set up camp there and observed the changes in the tomb every day. The energy in the corpse in the tomb was increasing every day. After 5 days, it reached the 6th level of the spirit severing stage and was already operating on its own. In addition, Night Sorrow also noticed that the blood in Guan Ye's body was starting to circulate and there was a heartbeat. 6th level of the spirit severing stage. It won't continue to increase, but it's very stable. His blood and qi are starting to circulate. It seems that he'll recover in a few days, Sikong Chuyu said. 13. Do you think he'll recognize me after he recovers? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow nervously. Whether it's a human or a monster, the most important thing is the soul. The Dark Spirit Saint said that 12th senior brother's soul hasn't dissipated. Even if his memories are incomplete, it won't be a problem, Night Sorrow said. Yang Lei nodded. She knew what Night Sorrow said was true, but she was still a little nervous. 2 more days passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, when the sun had just risen, Guan Ye's grave began to shake. Then, with a loud explosion, Guan Ye's grave exploded, and a corpse in a white silk robe stood up. Ninth senior sister, what's wrong with me? I remember that I was surrounded and killed by the people of the Four Seas sect, the corpse said after shaking its body. 12. Do you still remember ninth senior sister? Yang Lei's voice trembled. Ninth senior sister, what's wrong? Why are you acting so strange? How can I not recognize ninth senior sister? What's wrong with me? The white-robed corpse, Guan Yi, looked at Yang Lei in a daze and then looked at himself. It's all right. Go home with ninth senior sister. Yang Lei stepped forward and patted the mud off Guan Yi's body, her eyes full of tears. Ninth senior sister, what's wrong? Don't cry. Guan Yi said, his words not very fluent. Ninth senior sister isn't crying. She's happy. Yang Lei's eyes were filled with tears, but her face was full of smiles. These two are. Guan Yi looked at Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu and asked. Night Sorrow greets 12th senior brother. Night Sorrow saluted Guan Yi. Sikong Chuyu also bowed slightly to Guan Yi. 12, let me introduce you. This is Master's last disciple, 13th junior brother Night Sorrow. This is 13th junior brother's fiancé. 9th senior sister is also 13th junior brother's fiancé. Yang Lei said. 13th junior brother. 9th senior sister is also fiancé. My head hurts. Guan Yi said, clutching his head with both hands. Don't worry, don't think too much. Let's rest first and then go home. Yang Lei said. She was worried that if they went back to Guan Yi's house now, it would agitate him even more. After sitting down, Night Sorrow took out a jar of wine and poured it for the four of them. My cultivation. 6th level of the spirit severing stage. How come I'm at the 6th level of the spirit severing stage? I can't see your cultivation at the 6th level. Guan Yi took a sip of wine and checked himself. He was stunned. 12. Don't get too excited. Let 9th senior sister tell you bit by bit, okay? Yang Lei knew that there were many things that needed to be told to Guan Yi slowly. The story took more than 4 hours. Yang Lei told him everything that had happened in the past 10 years. 10 years, I actually died for 10 years. Thank you, senior sister and 13th junior brother, for avenging me. 11th senior brother worked hard for me for 10 years. Guan Yi's eyes were filled with tears. Although men didn't cry easily, it was only because they weren't heartbroken. 12. Take your time to digest the things that happened in the past few years. You will get used to it very soon. Yang Lei said. They did not leave. Instead, they set up camp here mainly to stabilize Guan Yi's emotions. After all, his body had just recovered and his soul had just awakened. Be it his body or soul, they all needed time to calm down. After a night, Guan Yi woke up early. He had already gotten used to it. How do you feel? Yang Lei asked. Very good. Everything is good. 9th senior sister, you don't have to worry. What's your cultivation base now? Guan Yi asked with a smile. 4th level of the void inquiry stage. I advanced in the past 3 years mainly because 13 took back the sacred cauldron scripture. If you have nothing else to do, let's go home. Then, we'll go to 13's hometown. After that, we'll return to the sect. Yang Lei said. After that, they went to Qingnan town and met Guan Yi's parents. Guan Yi's parents were frightened when they saw him. After Yang Lei explained to them, they finally understood that their son had really come back to life. Then, they hugged Guan Yi and cried. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After resting in Guan Yi's house for 2 days, they left Qingnan town and headed to Zhuyuan town. Along the way, Yang Lei told Guan Yi about the things that happened in the past 10 years, mainly about the situation in the past 3 years. 13th junior brother is the Vice Valley Lord and his cultivation base is also at the 5th level of the void inquiry stage. After hearing about Night Sorrow's situation, Guan Yi was extremely shocked. 12th senior brother, let's not talk about this. You are the regret in the hearts of master, senior brother and senior sister. Now that 12th senior brother is back, this regret will no longer exist. After we return, Master will definitely be very happy. Night Sorrow said with a smile. I'm so happy. Guan Yi shouted. In less than an hour, they arrived at Zhuyuan town. The outer area of Zhuyuan town had been completely changed. It was already being built according to the standards of a big city, and it was connected to Gunan town. A few years later, there will be unexpected changes in Zhuyuan town. This place will become one of the main cities of our Medicine Valley. Yang Lei said. It's indeed not bad. A big city is about to rise. A big city that connects Gunan town and Zhuyuan town. Its scale is already a first-rate city in the Medicine Valley. Sikong Chuyu said. This is 13th brother's hometown. Not bad. It's very close to my home. Guan Yi said. Yes. That's why it's said that this place is blessed by outstanding people. Yang Lei said. After that, the four of them rode on the flying demonic beasts and directly landed in front of Gunan's father's house. At this moment, Gunan's father was smoking in the courtyard. His face was flushed red. There was also a young man who was brewing tea. Chapter 509. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chen Chen greets sworn brother. The delicate-looking young man bowed to Night Sorrow. You're also at the peak of elemental gathering realm. Not bad. Thank you for taking care of Dad while I was away. Night Sorrow helped Chen Chen up. Dad, what's wrong with you? You have cultivation. When he looked at Dad Gu again, Night Sorrow was very shocked because Dad Gu was currently at the late stage of elemental gathering realm. Ha! It's all because of the treasure you brought back last time. After consuming it, the crack in my dantian was repaired and my cultivation came back naturally, Dad Gu said with a smile. Good. That's great. We'll definitely celebrate today, Night Sorrow said excitedly. Dad Gu's lifespan was a concern for Night Sorrow. He was afraid that Dad Gu's lifespan would run out and he would not be able to fulfill his filial duties. Now that this problem did not exist, how could he not be happy? It's really great. Yang Lei was also very happy. She and Sikong Chiyu both knew what this meant to Night Sorrow. We have to prepare resources. I've given away the 2nd and 3rd rank resources, so we have to prepare some more. Dad, Chen Chen, don't worry about cultivating. As long as you can cultivate, you don't have to worry about the resources, Night Sorrow said excitedly. I still have some elemental gathering pills. We'll go to the sect later to get some, Yang Lei said. I'll refine them myself. Don't trouble the sect, Night Sorrow said after hesitating for a moment. You blockhead. How many benefits have you gotten for the sect? Do you think the sect lacks this little thing? Yang Lei knocked on Night Sorrow's shoulder and said. Alright, we'll get someone to send them over when we go back, Night Sorrow nodded and said. Then they drank. Chen Chen was actually older than Night Sorrow, but he became Dad Gu's adopted son later, so he could only call Night Sorrow his sworn brother. When they were resting at night, Night Sorrow brought Guan Yi out of the town. 13th junior brother, do you have something to tell me? Don't worry, as long as 12th senior brother can do it, it won't be a problem. Guan Yi, who still looked like he was in his 20s, looked very young, like a young man in his 20s. 12th senior brother, you're thinking too much. About the revival, 12th senior brother should already know about it. I met the Dark Spirit Saint some time ago and promised to find a successor for his legacy, and 12th senior brother is the most suitable candidate, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow then took out all the resources left behind by the Dark Soul Saint. Love go little Sei Ku, 13th junior brother, these are your opportunities, not mine. That senior asked you to help him find an inheritor, not for you to hand over your opportunities. If I take them, then what will happen? Even I despise myself. Guan Yi looked at Night Sorrow and shook his head. Since that senior chose you, then what he left behind is naturally yours, Night Sorrow said. I'll take these death crystals. I'll take these 2 books as well. You can keep the rest. Otherwise, I won't take them all, Guan Yi said resolutely. Equals forever free of fees equals look. Hashtag little layout, P. Senior brother, why do you have to do this? Night Sorrow said. This is my principle. 13, I know you're doing this for my own good, but this is different. I don't want to look down on my own actions. Listen to senior brother, give the death crystals and the books to senior brother. Guan Yi patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said. All right, I'll keep a copy of the books. If I have the chance, I'll go to that senior's hometown. If his sect is still around, I'll leave it for his descendants. Night Sorrow began to organize the Dark Soul Saints' belongings. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs. Come in the end, Guan Yi took the death crystals and some death pills. As for the rest, he didn't take them. He felt a little embarrassed because they all belonged to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow wanted to give Guan Yi a storage ring, but Guan Yi didn't want it because Yang Lei had already given him one. 13th Junior Brother, Senior Brother is very sorry. As your senior brother, I didn't help you with anything, Guan Yi said apologetically. 12th Senior Brother, don't say that. Senior brother is no different from blood brothers. Senior brother's return is the happiest thing. When 12th Senior Brother returns, Master and Senior Brother will definitely be shocked, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Coming back from the dead, even Senior Brother feels that it's very strange. When my life came to an end, I felt very regretful. I felt that my life had ended just as it was getting exciting. This time, there won't be any more regrets. Guan Yi was a little emotional. It was inevitable for a dead person to come back to life again. Senior brother, it's a chaotic world now. Be careful. Night Sorrow said. Ha. Of course. When I return to the sect this time, I won't go out until I reach rank 5. If I get killed right after I revive, I won't even have a place to cry, Guan Yi said with a smile. Guan Yi's personality was very cheerful and he was handsome. He used to be the youngest junior brother at the Taishan Peak, so all the disciples at the Taishan Peak liked him very much. The 2 chatted for a while before returning to Papa Gu's residence. Papa Gu, Chen Chen, Yang Lei, and Sikong Chuyu were drinking tea. You're back. Yang Lei greeted with a smile. Yes, 13th Junior Brother. He gave me some resources, Guan Yi said with a smile. 12th Junior Brother, you're the same as 10 years ago. You haven't changed at all. You're still so young, Yang Lei said with a smile. Who wants to try? I've been lying in the grave for more than 10 years. Do you think it's easy for me? Guan Yi said with a smile. That's true. It's been hard on you, Yang Lei said with a sigh. 9th Senior Sister, I admire 13 very much. Back then, so many senior brothers in the sect were thinking about you. But in the end, you were succeeded by 13th Junior Brother who joined the sect for less than 4 years, Guan Yi said with a smile. 13th's ability is great. You'll know soon enough, Yang Lei said with a smile. Dad, Chen Chen, why don't you come with me? I have a villa in Danding City and a residence in Dongxian City, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow, I'll accompany my old neighbor. I'll go next time. I'll definitely go next time, Papa Gu said. After his dantian was repaired, Papa Gu's state of mind had changed. Without cultivation, it was a good choice to die of old age here. However, now that he could cultivate, he needed to broaden his horizons. He could not stay in one place forever. Then Chen Chen, you'll accompany Papa Gu. I'll arrange the resources you need, Night Sorrow said to Chen Chen. Brother, don't worry. I'll take good care of Papa Gu. Chen Chen nodded. I won't force Papa Gu. Whenever you want to go, just go to Danding City and ask for the Longquan Villa. Then you can go there, Night Sorrow said. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Papa Gu, just go to any stronghold in the Medicine Valley and shout that I'm Night Sorrow's father. They'll send you to Danding City and wherever you want to go. There won't be any carelessness, Yang Lei said with a smile. Is it that useful? Papa Gu said with a smile. Chapter 5:10. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by Shao. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It works in other places too. Papa Gu's eyes widened. Baidu search AI go female sign Shao say www.aichuxs.com. The Medicine Valley is now one of the 7 superpowers in the Eastern Profound Domain. 13 is the Deputy Master of the Medicine Valley. In addition, 13 is familiar with the other sections. Of course, he can't be friends with the Scarlet Cloud sect. They can't wait to strangle 13 to death, Yang Lei said. Knight Sorrow left this place less than 4 years ago and he already has his own destiny. Fortunately, I didn't insist on stopping him at that time. Otherwise, it would have really ruined everything, Papa Gu said with some emotion. Yes. If it wasn't for 13, the Medicine Valley might not exist today. It might have been swallowed by the Golden Flame sect, Yang Lei said with some emotion. Let's drink tea. Let's not talk about this, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Knight Sorrow, you have to continue to work hard. When you have the ability, go and find your family. Which parents don't want their children? They just can't find you, so they have to find a way to spread the news of you. This way, your parents will know where you are and will come to find you, Papa Gu said. I already know my background, but it's very difficult to see them. Father, you don't have to worry about this, Knight Sorrow said. Well, you're old now. You should know what to do and can arrange some things. Papa Gu nodded. Knight Sorrow and the others stayed for 2 days before leaving Zhuyuan town. Before leaving, Knight Sorrow gave Papa Gu some life spirit fluid to improve his physique. He also left some mid-grade crystals for Chin Chen to take care of Papa Gu. 9th senior sister, your mounts are so beautiful and of such high levels, Guanyi said with a smile. 13th junior brother gave them to 9th senior sister. In the future, 13th junior brother will get one for you, Yang Lei said with a smile. 9th senior sister, you make it sound like I'm a bird breeder. However, I'll definitely keep 12th senior brother's matter in mind, said Knight Sorrow. 9th senior sister, why do I feel like 13 looks like my senior brother? Guanyi said with a smile. 12, you are still the same as before. You can say anything without thinking. You haven't changed at all, Yang Lei said with a smile. But I've disappointed Master. Guan Ye's face showed a trace of bitterness. No, you're fine now. Master's disciples are all here. 13 disciples, each of whom has a bright future. I think Master is proud of this, Yang Lei said. While chatting, the group returned to Danding City. Everything is so strange, yet so familiar. Looking at Danding City, Guanyi sighed. Why are you sighing? You're still young. Yang Lei glanced at Guanyi. 9th senior sister, our mounts won't be attacked, right? Guanyi asked worriedly when he saw that the group had no intention of getting off their mounts. Of course not. Our mounts are registered in Danding City. They won't be attacked, Yang Lei said. That's good. Guanyi said with a smile. Do you think 9th senior sister is the city lord for nothing? Actually, it's just a decoration. It's just a decoration, Yang Lei said with a smile. Love go little say netu, Chu. After arriving at the teleportation portal, Yang Lei asked the elder guarding the portal if Yu Yang Yu had returned. After confirming that Yu Yang Yu was still at Danding Mountain, the 4 of them sat on their flying beasts and flew towards Danding Mountain. 9th senior sister, I'm a little nervous. Will Master scold me? Guanyi said. Don't be nervous. After what happened to you, Master flattened the 4 C's sect in a fit of rage. However, his originally black hair had some silver strands. Yang Lei said as she wiped the corners of her eyes. Guanyi looked up at the sky, not allowing his tears to fall. He knew from his parents that his senior brothers and senior sisters had often visited his parents. This made him understand that even if he died, no one would forget about him. Just like this time, Yang Lei and Night Sorrow had also visited his parents. Soon, the group arrived at Danding Mountain and the Danding Main Hall. They did not see Yu Yang Yu in the Danding Main Hall, but they saw Gong Xian, eldest senior brother. Guan Ye's voice was choked when he saw Gong Xian. Little Yi. You're Little Yi. Gong Xian's voice was trembling. Eldest senior brother, I'm Little Yi. Do you still remember? When we were at Bamboo Forest Peak, I often hid eldest senior brother's rattan. Guan Yi looked at Gong Xian, his eyes filled with tears. After he joined the sect, it was mostly Gong Xian who taught him the skills, so some memories were especially vivid. Gong Xian stepped forward and hugged Guan Yi tightly. He patted Guan Ye's back hard, then stepped back and looked at Guan Yi. Can anyone tell me what's going on? It's a long story. Where's Master? Let's talk as we walk. Yang Lei said. Master is at Taishan Peak. Sixth senior sister didn't want Master to cultivate too hard, so she left Master at the bamboo forest hut. Let's go. Little Yi is back. This is great. Gong Xian said excitedly. Then, the five of them rode their mounts towards Taishan Peak. When they arrived at Taishan Peak, Gong Xian first sent someone to inform the other junior brothers to come over. Only then did he continue towards the bamboo forest hut. Inside the bamboo forest hut, Yu Yang Yu was drinking tea and chatting with Aoi. At the same time, they were watching their disciples cultivate. Old 9 and 13 are back. Yu Yang Yu stood up and looked at the sky. At that moment, Yang Lei, Night Sorrow, and the others landed on their mounts. Master, this disciple is unfilial. When he saw Yu Yang Yu, Guan Yi took a few steps forward and knelt in front of Yu Yang Yu. Little Yi, you're Little Yi. Hurry up and tell Master what's going on. Yu Yang Yu reached out and helped Guan Yi up. Let ninth senior sister speak. Ninth senior sister knows better than I do, Guan Yi said. Master, please sit down first. It's a long story. Drink some tea first and I'll tell you later. Yang Lei helped Yu Yang Yu to a chair. Little Yi, come to Master's side. Let Master take a look. Yu Yang Yu beckoned Guan Yi over. At that moment, Night Sorrow's other senior brothers arrived one after another. When they saw Guan Yi, they were very surprised, as if they had seen a ghost. Yang Lei slowly explained the cause and process of Guan Ye's resurrection. She also explained it in detail. I'll see you for free. Little Yi, how's your recovery? Is everything normal? Yu Yang Yu looked at Guan Yi and asked worriedly. My cultivation has increased a lot. My body is fine. It's just that sometimes my head hurts when I think too much. Guan Yi bowed. It's good that you're fine. The heavens are good to me, Yu Yang Yu. Yu Yang Yu took a deep breath and shouted, releasing the emotions that he had suppressed for a long time. It's this disciple's fault. I've disappointed Master, Guan Yi said. It's good that you're back. Wu Qi, take care of Little Yi. Let him settle down first, Yu Yang Yu said to Wu Qi. Don't worry, Master. I'll take care of it. Wu Qi smiled at Guan Yi. 12, you're back. Our second young master Tai Xian can run rampant in Jianghu again, Mo Qin said excitedly. Chapter 5:11. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. Go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Yeah. In terms of strength, we're not as good as 13. In terms of elegance, we're not as good as 13. Forget about Tai Xian, Mo Qin said, rubbing his nose. Tonight, we'll drink here. Without Hua Nan, there's nothing we can do about it, Yu Yang Yu said. Then, they chatted casually. Mo Qin pulled Guan Yi aside and started talking nonsense, but everyone listened. They all knew that Guan Yi needed time to adapt. Sister Lingfei, I heard from 9th senior sister that I delayed you and 11th senior brother. I'm sorry. Guan Yi cupped his hands. Don't say that. Now that we're all together, we're the happiest. Chu Lingfei smiled. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow brought Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu back to Bamboo Forest Peak. The party was to be held at night. You said you saw a ferocious ghost line. Let's go check it out. We have flying mounts anyway, so it's not dangerous. After returning to Bamboo Forest Peak, Yang Lei remembered what Night Sorrow said about Taichuan. The ghost line she mentioned was the Earth Dragon Worm, but the name was different. Okay, let's go check it out. I've been back so many times, but I've never thought about it, Night Sorrow said. Then, the three of them rode their mounts to the valley behind Bamboo Forest Peak. In the past, Night Sorrow would have taken a long time to travel 100 miles. Now that he had a rank 5 flying mount, it was only a matter of minutes. Looking down from the cliff, the valley was covered in fog. They couldn't see the bottom, but the Earth Dragon Worm was still there. Its two thick antennae were still waving. This trash can reach rank 4. It's unimaginable. Yang Lei looked at the wriggling body of the Earth Dragon Worm and sighed. Forget it, there's no point in killing it. Let's go down to the cave and see if we can continue exploring, Night Sorrow said. The improvement of his cultivation had changed Night Sorrow's perspective. He no longer had any interest in hunting Earth Dragon Worms, which did not have much combat power. In addition, Night Sorrow was also very grateful to the Earth Dragon Worm for dragging him down, allowing him to obtain the opportunity. From then on, his fate had completely changed. The three of them rode their mounts to the platform outside the cave where Feng Chen was resting. The small platform couldn't hold large mounts like Tianyu, the dark-feathered eagle, and the fire phoenix. The three of them put away their mounts in the air and flew to the platform. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs.com. Night Sorrow, did you fall down here from above? Sikong Chiyu asked. Yes, Tianyu and I both fell here. Night Sorrow nodded. You're really lucky that you didn't fall to your death and didn't fall to the bottom, Yang Lei said. In fact, the chances of Night Sorrow falling to this platform were not high. If he missed by a bit, he would have fallen to the bottom of the canyon. Also, it was easy to fall to your death on this platform. You're really lucky. Sikong Chiyu nodded. Then, Night Sorrow brought the two girls into the cave and looked at the words left behind by Feng Chen. Nether beast, nether chi. What are those things? They even killed a senior with an unknown cultivation level. Yang Lei said with some surprise. I don't know either. I've never heard of it. Sikong Chiyu shook his head. Since we're here, let's go investigate. Night Sorrow looked at the two girls and said. 7L, main. G edition, that's fine. Our mounts are of a high level. It should be fine. Yang Lei nodded. After making a decision, the three of them left the cave and flew down the canyon on their flying beasts. It was impossible to estimate how deep the canyon was. The three of them flew for a while on their mounts. The bottom was still foggy, but the canyon was much smaller. It was like a deep well. We've descended by at least 200 miles. What's going on? It's all foggy. Yang Lei said. There's such a place in the Medicine Valley. No one knows about it and no one came to investigate. Sikong Chiyu asked. Taixian Peak is a forbidden area. The Cloud Sea Peak opposite must have a similar warning, so no one would come here for no reason, Yang Lei said. Then, the three of them continued to fly down. As they went deeper and deeper, the canyon became smaller and smaller. Do you feel it? There's something wrong with the aura, Yang Lei said. Yes, the energy in my body is suppressed. My mount is also suppressed, Sikong Chiyu said. The depth is still unknown. 13, we can't go on. If we continue to dive, our mounts won't be able to take it. Also, our combat strength will be suppressed, Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow. Okay, let's go back first. There's a celebration party for 12th senior brother tonight. We can't miss it, Night Sorrow said. In fact, Night Sorrow didn't want to leave just like that. He didn't feel the attribute suppression, and neither did Tianyu. However, he felt the suppression on Yang Lei and Sikong Chiyu. Their mounts were also suppressed. Then, the three of them rode their mounts into the air. The speed of ascending was much faster than diving. Then, the three of them returned to the bamboo tower on the bamboo forest peak. That place down there definitely isn't a good place. We should stay away, Yang Lei said. The attribute isn't right. I have the sky blue water attribute. Advanced attributes can't suppress me unless it's an extreme attribute. Do you think the netherworld energy recorded by Elder Feng Chen is an extreme attribute of the death attribute? Sikong Chiyu asked. It's possible. Aside from the supreme attribute, only the extreme attributes of the advanced attributes can suppress you. The supreme attribute is the void attribute and the destruction attribute. Below is obviously not the extreme attribute. It must be the extreme attribute of the advanced attribute, and the death attribute is the closest, Yang Lei said. We don't need to make wild guesses. When we return to Dongxian City, we can just ask Auntie Fei, Night Sorrow said. The ancient river isn't a simple place. Even if we go there again, we have to be careful. Night Sorrow, I know you are a little unwilling, but you have to promise us that you won't act recklessly, Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said. I understand. I won't joke with my life. Things that involve the ancient era aren't simple. Night Sorrow nodded. This is also a hidden concern for the Medicine Valley. Sikong Chiyu was a little worried. Just like Night Sorrow said, things that involved the ancient era weren't simple. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yang Lei was very open-minded. The three of them chatted for a while. Night Sorrow began to practice his spear skills. His spear skills were already very smooth. Night Sorrow had to rely on the human spear unity to enter the unity of heaven and man. Once he reached the unity of heaven and man realm, when his cultivation reached a certain level, becoming an honorable would be a matter of course. Chapter 5:12. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. Go. We will provide you with wonderful novels to read. After practicing the spear art, Night Sorrow shared his idea with Yang Lei, Yu Si, and Sikong Chu. This was an effective way to cultivate. After achieving one with the spear, Night Sorrow felt that his realm had increased very quickly. After using the power of the soul, he could even control the energy fluctuations around the reincarnation spear. When he could merge the power of the soul with the heaven and earth, he would be able to control the heaven and earth. That would be the realm of one with the heavens. Not bad, this is a good idea. Then let's study one with the sword. This is definitely a shortcut. You can find a shortcut to cultivating the soul, and you can also find a good way to cultivate the realm. I really admire you, Sikong Chiyu said. Hee, I was just lucky. You too can try, Night Sorrow said. Then, the three of them cultivated for a while and arrived at the small building in the bamboo forest. At this moment, in the small building in the bamboo forest, Yu Yangyu's second-generation disciples from Taixian Peak were all drinking tea and chatting, except for Hua Nan. In the past, when you didn't have any achievements, I looked forward to your achievements. But now that you have to go your separate ways. It's really hard to be satisfied with both sides, Yu Yangyu looked at his disciples and said with some emotion. After hearing Yu Yangyu's words, Gong Xian and the others didn't say anything because Yu Yangyu was telling the truth. These days, everyone was busy with their own things and didn't have much time to meet each other. Fu 3. Original 2 version, don't be like this. I'm just a little emotional. It's a good thing that you have a bright future. Looking at the Medicine Valley, who can compare with me? All 13 disciples are elites, and more than half of them have reached the 5th rank. I'm proud of you, Yu Yangyu said with a smile. Everyone drank happily. Guan Ye's resurrection was a big deal in their hearts. It made up for the regret of Taishan Peak. After chatting, everyone started to drink. However, Yu Yangyu didn't stop them because they had a good relationship. Night Sorrow was also ruthless. He directly knocked down Tao Yuan, Zhou Zheng, and Lu Peng. 13. You're too arrogant. 8th senior brother will fight it out with you. Shi Tianlin stood out, wanting to continue fighting with Night Sorrow. 8th senior brother, you guys are too shameless. Do you think that 13 has no one on his side? 9th junior sister, I'll drink with you. Yang Lei rolled up her sleeves and said. No way. Your family is too arrogant. What are our senior brothers waiting for? Hurry up and beat them up. Shi Tianlin roared. Ahem. 8th junior brother, this is too embarrassing. 2nd senior brother can't hold his liquor well, so he's a bit dizzy. Wu Qi immediately backed out. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs.com 8th junior brother, I can't hold my liquor. Why don't you do it? Huang'an said. 11th junior brother, come here. Shi Tianlin looked at Mo Chen. 8th senior brother, forget it. 13 is still fine. 2 more won't be a problem. Then there's 9th senior sister and sister Chuyu. You know the result. Mo Chen shook his head. Fine. You guys don't have the code of brotherhood. Shi Tianlin curled his lips and said. If we have the code of brotherhood, we'll lose face with you. Look at you senior brothers. I'm impressed. Gong Xian looked at Shi Tianlin and said. 13, I'll let you off today. Shi Tianlin curled his lips and said. 8th junior brother, this is because no one is with you. If someone is with you, I will be with 13th junior brother, Qing Ji said with a smile. The group drank until late at night before going to rest. Night Sorrow and the other 2 also returned to the bamboo forest peak. Without resting, Night Sorrow pulled the 2 girls to his bamboo house. A crazy night was inevitable. After dawn, Night Sorrow began to cultivate his spear arts. After Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu washed up, they watched Night Sorrow cultivate. Chuyu, it's a good thing we're together. Otherwise, it would have been terrible. My waist still hurts. Yang Lei said. Sikong Chuyu blushed and nodded. She knew this was the truth. Night Sorrow was really strong in that aspect. When Night Sorrow was cultivating, Aoi and Guanyi came over. Everyone sat down and chatted while drinking tea. 6th senior sister, there's something I need to trouble you with. Night Sorrow put away his spear and said. What is it? You don't have to be so polite with me. Aoi said with a smile. Night Sorrow said that he needed level 2 and level 3 supplementary pills for Papa Gu and Chin Chen. That's not a big deal. I'll send someone to deliver it later when I'm done preparing. You don't have to worry about it. Don't talk about low-level medicinal pills. You can leave some 5th-level medicinal pills with me. I still have a lot of them, Qing Ji said. I still have level 5 pills. Night Sorrow took out some clear void pills and great void pills and gave them to Aoi. You're really rich. 12th junior brother, did you see that? This is 13. Senior brother and senior sister were able to reach level 5 and improve their cultivation quickly because of 13's resources. Aoi said. I now understand 13th junior brother's prowess. Guanyi said with a smile. 12th, the resources that 13th junior brother prepared for us are all with me. If you need any pills in the future, you can ask me for them. Aoi said to Guanyi. 6th senior sister, if there's nothing else, you can go to Dongxian City. We also have a mansion there. You can bring your disciples there. Night Sorrow said to Aoi. I'll look for you when I want to go. those little guys are still occupying your Longquan courtyard. Aoi said with a smile. I don't want to live there. It doesn't matter who lives there. Whenever 12th senior brother wants to move, you can look for me in Dongxian City. Night Sorrow said to Guanyi. Of course. We're all brothers. I won't be polite. Guanyi nodded. 13. Stay for a while before returning to Dongxian City. Aoi was reluctant to let Night Sorrow leave. 6th senior sister, I have to take responsibility. I'm now a member of Tianji Tower and the captain of the Blood Strike Guards. There are some things that I can't avoid, Night Sorrow said. 6th senior sister understands and supports you. This is what a man should do. Aoi nodded. After a while, Aoi and Guanyi left. She had only brought Guanyi over to take a look. My cultivation isn't high enough, and master forbade me from leaving. Otherwise, I would have gone to Dongxian City and become a soldier under 13. Didn't you hear eldest senior brother say that 13's team was the strongest when it came to killing dark creatures? Killing rank 5 dark creatures was as easy as pie. That's what a real man is, Guanyi said with some yearning. Don't compare yourself to 13. He's strong at fighting above his level. He can even survive an attack from a venerable. However, you should know that there's only one 13 in Medicine Valley, and there's only one Night Sorrow in the eastern Xian region, Aoi said. I know. That's why I yearn for it. A real man should be like that. However, I'll cultivate steadily until I reach rank 5 before venturing out, Guanyi said. 13 has sacrificed too much in the past few years. You can say that he spent his time cultivating and fighting. Back then, when I was with him and watched him cultivate, my heart ached for him, Aoi said. Others only see the bright side. It's hard for them to see the painful side. He cultivated for less than 4 years, yet he has achieved so much. He must have sacrificed several times more than others, Guanyi said. Chapter 5:13. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. 6th senior martial sister, I don't quite understand what you mean. Guanyi said. Junior martial brother 13 is not only the Vice Valley Lord of our Medicine Valley. I heard from eldest senior martial brother that he has a very close relationship with Tianji Tower and the City Lord Mansion. Even the elders of Eastern Xian City have to give him face. He is the leader of the Tianji Tower's elite team. This means that he also has a very high status in the Tianjin Tower. Therefore, these two forces will take care of Night Sorrow's safety. Whoever wants to touch him will have to think twice. Aoi explained. This is 13's ability. Guanyi said with a smile. Night Sorrow also planned to leave after talking to the two women. He did not have the intention to go to Pil Ding Cliff. He planned to go there after reaching the peak of the Void Inquiry stage. Even if the 8-Dragon Cauldron did not recognize him as its master, he could still communicate with it and ask it to contribute more to the Medicine Valley. After all, something like the Time Pagoda was still possible. After packing up, Night Sorrow brought the two women to the small house in the bamboo forest to bid farewell to Yu Yang and his senior martial brothers. Then, they flew towards Pil Ding City. 12th's resurrection is really delightful. It can also be said that the knot in Master's heart has been untied. Yang Lei said. I didn't have any feelings for 12th senior martial brother in the past. But now, I like him more. Night Sorrow said. After getting along with him for a few days, Night Sorrow also understood Guanyi's character. Guanyi was simple and straightforward. He was very easy to get along with. It's good that you can accept it. The first thing Master looks at when accepting a disciple is their temperament. Therefore, our senior martial brothers and sisters don't have any flaws in temperament. Yang Lei said. After arriving at Pil Ding City, they did not go to the Dragon Spring Courtyard. Instead, they directly took the teleportation formation to Eastern Xian City. After arriving at Eastern Xian City, the three of them walked back to Qing Exan Courtyard while shopping. After returning to the Qingxin villa, Night Sorrow first checked on the cultivation progress of the Blood Strike Guards and the Tianji Tower brothers. After looking around, Night Sorrow discovered that the members of the Blood Strike Guard had all reached Tier 5. Only Qin Zhen was at the Severed Soul stage. Qin Zhen could also be considered a member of the Tianji Tower team. Tianji Tower was a little behind. Lei Bao and Lei Zheng were very close to the 5th stage, but they had not reached it yet. Ho Qingjie was a little behind, but everyone's progress was already very fast. After all, they had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Junior brother Night Sorrow, you're really something. You ran for half a month and left your guests here. Ling Long appeared with an ugly expression on her face. Clearly, she was angry with Night Sorrow. Guests. Senior sister Ling Long, are you still a guest? This place is no different from your own home, Night Sorrow said. You're quite reasonable. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Ling Long couldn't refute, but she still looked angry. Night Sorrow smiled. There's nothing to be angry about. Let's go to the back and have some tea. When they arrived at the main building in Night Sorrow's backyard, he took out a tea set and began to brew tea. After drinking a pot of tea, Ling Long left. She was a little dissatisfied, but she also knew that Night Sorrow hadn't done anything wrong. Night Sorrow expressed a friendly attitude, and the matter was over. Damn, I don't know how I provoked her, Night Sorrow said as he looked at the teacup in his hand. We didn't do anything wrong, but from her point of view, we neglected her, Sikong Chuyu said. Maybe. She should understand that I have my own things to do. I can't just lie in the mansion all the time, Night Sorrow said with a smile. While the three of them were talking, Ning Qingfeng came in. Night Sorrow, there have been people coming to see Chu Yu for the past 2 days. Chapter 221, last chapter, KW, who is it? Night Sorrow asked. It's a middle-aged woman. I can't see through her cultivation, but she's very polite, Ning Qingfeng said. I don't know who it is. Night Sorrow thought for a moment, but couldn't think of a reason. She'll probably come again. She's been coming almost every day for the past 2 days. 13, Chu Yu, do you want to see her? If not, I'll continue to refuse, Ning Qingfeng said. There's no need. We don't have anyone we can't see, Night Sorrow said. Okay. If she comes again, I'll bring her here. Ning Qingfeng said and left. Night Sorrow is very likely to be from the Sikong family, Sikong Chuyu said. So what? If you don't go back, who can come and take her away? Night Sorrow said. Ji Yu's family suffered a blow. They probably won't force me to marry again. I'm just afraid that my parents will ask me to go back, Sikong Chuyu said. If they ask you to go back, then go back. It's fine as long as they don't force you, Night Sorrow said. You idiot. If I go back and the other elders in the family don't approve of you, then what? Can't we be together? Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow with some annoyance. Don't worry. When the time comes, Aunt Fei will arrange for someone to follow Night Sorrow to the Sikong family. The Sikong family is very powerful in the Qingtian region, but it won't go as far as to not give face to Tianjin Tower. After Sikong Chuyu finished speaking and Night Sorrow was thinking about how to deal with it, Wu Lingfei walked in. Aunt Fei, you're here. Night Sorrow and the other two stood up to greet her. I went out to check on the situation outside. Everything went well, so I came back. You don't have to worry about Chuyu. Let nature take its course, Sikong Chuyu said. Thank you, Auntie Fei, Yishang said. The key is Chuyu's parents' attitude. You don't have to care about other people's opinions. In terms of excellence, you're not inferior to anyone. In terms of family background, you're my relative. Anyone can try to look down on you, Wu Lingfei said. Then I'm at ease. By the way, I have something to ask Aunt Fei. Please take a seat. Night Sorrow pulled out a chair for Wu Lingfei and poured her a cup of tea. What do you want to say? Wu Lingfei said. Aunt Fei, what are the extreme attributes of the death attribute? Night Sorrow asked. It's the darkness attribute and the netherworld attribute. They're also known as the darkness killing chi and the netherworld baleful chi. Why do you ask? Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. A few days ago, I saw an energy that could suppress Chuyu's water attribute. I suspect it's the extreme attribute of the death attribute, Night Sorrow said. The extreme attribute of the high level. That's a very serious problem. Tell me, what's going on? Wu Lingfei frowned. Night Sorrow then told her about ancient Taichuan. I hope there's no problem. There are some things you don't know. Taichuan is the battlefield between the 9 regions world and the netherworld. The netherworld is very strong, but during that era, our 9 regions world had an era-suppressing expert. That's why our 9 regions world didn't lose. However, the entrance shouldn't be in the eastern Xian region, said Wu Lingfei. Then where is the entrance? Asked Night Sorrow. Chapter 5:14. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Wait until my cultivation base improves a bit more, then I'll go take a look. This is still a problem, Night Sorrow said. Alright then, Auntie Fei won't go there. Once your cultivation is high enough, you can go investigate and tell Auntie Fei the results. We don't need to care about other places, but the eastern Xian region must be stabilized, said Wu Lingfei. Okay, is Auntie Fei's protective artifact good? Night Sorrow nodded. From Wu Lingfei's words, he understood Wu Lingfei's sense of responsibility. It's useful. The polar lunar wheel is a sacred treasure. Although it is inferior to the space-time pagoda in terms of overall strength, it is not bad in terms of pure attack and defense. Wu Lingfei stood up and waved her hand. A crescent-shaped moon appeared out of thin air. Wu Lingfei's body was in the empty space of the crescent-shaped moon. Original version hair then, the full moon quickly spun around Wu Lingfei, and a half-moon slashed out. The half-moon slashed out, and a black spatial crack appeared behind it. After unleashing a crescent moon slash, concubine Wu Lingfei waved her arm and recalled the polar moon wheel. It's too beautiful. Its attack and defense are also very shocking. Yang Lei's eyes were filled with astonishment. If I were to fight Saint Skyscraping now, it would be hard to say who would have the upper hand. After all, the space-time pagoda doesn't belong to Auntie Fei, so they can't truly communicate with each other. Love go little say Wu Lingfei said with a smile. Tianji Tower's foundation is really deep. They even have such a magical weapon. Night Sorrow sighed with emotion. Actually, the full moon chakram was originally a pair. Aside from the polar moon chakram, there was also a true moon chakram. However, the true moon chakram was lost along with the palace lord during the ancient times. The true moon chakram was the main chakram, and this polar moon chakram was the subsidiary chakram, Wu Lingfei said. Then the true moon will be even stronger? Night Sorrow asked in surprise. Yes, the power is different. Wu Lingfei nodded. Auntie Fei, I have the Golden Phoenix flexible armor and the space-time treasure pagoda to protect me. There is no difference whether I use the ice silkworm flexible armor or not. I want to give it to my 9th senior sister. This way, she can increase her ability to protect herself and I can feel more at ease, Night Sorrow said. You have the space-time treasure pagoda to protect you, so you should be able to protect yourself. If the space-time treasure pagoda can't protect you, then the ice silkworm soft clothes are useless. Wu Lingfei nodded, agreeing with Night Sorrow's opinion. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs. Calm Night Sorrow entered the bamboo house and took off the ice silk robe. Then, he handed it over to Wu Lingfei. Wu Lingfei then helped Yang Lei register the ice silk robe. Yang Lei already has a protective spirit artifact, so it's not suitable for Chuyu to not have one. This is the snow scale arm guard. After activating it, its effects are not bad. Aunt Fei will also help you recognize it as your master. After speaking, Wu Lingfei took out an arm guard made of white scales. Then, she helped Sikong Chuyu register the ice silk robe. Thank you, Aunt Fei. Night Sorrow and the other two bowed to Wu Lingfei. You're welcome. Aunt Fei has no use for these things. In the future, if I don't hand them over to Tianji Tower, I'll leave them for the city lord's palace. In addition, in a few days, Aunt Fei plans to destroy the Death Space Dark Overlord connected to the Island of Darkness, Wu Lingfei said. Aunt Fei can go in. Night Sorrow asked in surprise. That space is not a large space. The power of the space passage connecting it to the 9-domain world is not very strong. It should be within Aunt Fei's range of tolerance. However, the avatar is still lacking, so only the main body can go, Wu Lingfei said. Then I'm relieved, Night Sorrow said. When Aunt Fei familiarizes herself with the extreme moon we'll set off, Wu Lingfei said. Can I go too? Night Sorrow asked excitedly. Of course, there are still some treasures in an uninhabited space. Don't you want them? Anyway, Aunt Fei can bring one person in, Wu Lingfei said with a smile. Go. How can I not go? Night Sorrow said excitedly. It was rare to see a battle between top experts. Afterward, Wu Lingfei went to the observation tower to cultivate. Night Sorrow and the other two chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to cultivate. Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu both wanted to feel the protective spirit artifacts. After cultivating the foundation for a night, Night Sorrow began to cultivate his spear arts in the courtyard. After cultivating his spear arts, Night Sorrow was drinking tea with the two girls. Ning Qingfeng brought a middle-aged woman to the backyard of Qingxin courtyard. Auntie Tianyu, why have you come? Seeing this woman, Sikong Chuyu happily greeted her. Sikong Tianyu was not on the same side as Sikong Tianjing and Sikong Tianhua, who had forced her. It could be said that she was an elder who was very close to Sikong Tianding. I missed you, my baby. If I didn't come out to find you, would I expect you to go back? Sikong Tianyu said with a smile. Night Sorrow, 9th senior sister, this is my Aunt Tianyu. She loves me very much, Sikong Chuyu said happily. Greetings, Senior Tianyu. Night Sorrow and Yang Lei both stood up and saluted. Chuyu, why don't you introduce him to your aunt? Sikong Tianyu said with a smile on her face. Aunt, then I will introduce him directly. This is Night Sorrow, and he is also someone I approve of. We are already together. This is Yang Lei, Night Sorrow's 9th senior sister. We are good sisters, Sikong Chuyu said. Aunt already understands the situation very well. Yi Shang is very good. Aunt also knows about the relationship between Yang Lei and the two of you. Aunt didn't come with the intention of breaking up the two of you. However, since the patriarch has spoken, Aunt can't possibly not come, right? Sikong Tianyu said. What does the old ancestor mean? Sikong Chuyu asked. The old ancestor doesn't know about your situation. He said that no one will force you in the future, but the husband you find must be approved by him, Sikong Tianyu said. Then Aunt, do you think he can pass? Sikong Chuyu pointed at Night Sorrow and asked. Personally, there is nothing to say. If he can't, then no one can. But you have to know that some people in the family value their family background very much, Sikong Tianyu said after some hesitation. Family background? Which big family doesn't have their ancestors who worked hard from nothing? This way of thinking is wrong, Sikong Chuyu said with some anger. Don't be angry with your aunt. I'm just here to pass on a message. I'm not here to force you to do anything. Hurry up and make some tea. Your family is really hard to enter. Sikong Tianyu found a seat and sat down. I'm not going back. As for family background, Night Sorrow's family background is not bad either. It's just that it's not convenient to say. It would shock people to death. Even Ji Yu's family is not good enough, Sikong Chuyu said while making tea. Is it that scary? You can't lie to your aunt, Sikong Tianyu said with some surprise. I'm not lying to my aunt. There's no need. We don't plan to say it either. Besides, the Dongxian city's city lord is Knight Soro's aunt. Is that enough? Sikong Chuyu said. Chapter 5:15. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. I'm not going back. Auntie can say that she didn't see me and only went to investigate the situation. She can report the situation to the old ancestor and the family. Sikong Chuyu said. Alright, who asked you to be Auntie's precious niece? We'll do as you say. Sikong Tianyu said. Thank you, senior. Knight Soro cupped his hands towards Sikong Tianyu. He could tell that Sikong Tianyu was truly looking out for Sikong Chuyu. You don't mind calling me auntie, right? Sikong Tianyu looked at Knight Soro and asked. Knight Soro greets Auntie Tianyu. Knight Soro bowed. Auntie, ninth senior sister is the same as me. She's willing to follow Knight Soro. We're a family. Sikong Chuyu introduced Yang Lei to Sikong Tianyu again. Yang Lei greets Auntie Tianyu. Yang Lei said to Sikong Tianyu. If it were any other girl, I would definitely feel wronged. But now, I don't think so. I just feel that this kid got off too easy. But he's really outstanding. Auntie is happy to see you guys getting along so well. Sikong Tianyu said with a smile. Knight Soro then asked someone to arrange a guest room for Sikong Tianyu. According to Sikong Tianyu's intention, she wanted to waste some time and go back to report. After making arrangements for Sikong Tianyu, Knight Soro continued to cultivate. While Knight Soro was cultivating, Sikong Tianyu also came to watch and nodded from time to time. She was an elder of the Sikong family and also one of the honorables of the Sikong family. She had a good eye. She could clearly see Knight Soro's strength and potential. On this day, while Knight Soro was cultivating, Wu Lingfei appeared. When she appeared, she was wearing a veil. Auntie Fei is here. Knight Soro and the other two greeted. Wu Lingfei nodded and looked at Sikong Tianyu. Sikong clan, Sikong Tianyu greets senior. Sikong Tianyu bowed because she couldn't tell how strong Wu Lingfei was. I know why you're here. Don't mention anything about Knight Soro and Chu Yu's family background. It's meaningless. There should be someone called Sikong Luyun in your family. Tell him that I'm the Golden Phoenix and Knight Soro are my only family. That should be enough, Wu Lingfei said. Sikong Tianyu understands. I will report back. Sikong Tianyu was extremely shocked. In the 9 regions world, perhaps only a few people knew of the name Wu Lingfei, but at the level of supremacy, everyone knew of the name Golden Phoenix. It was a taboo among supremacies. Alright, Knight Soro, follow Auntie Fei to the Dark Island. Let's clear it out. Wu Lingfei said to Knight Soro. Is latest chapter, section T, J above 9-inch alright? Knight Soro was extremely excited. Knowing that Wu Lingfei was sure to win, he was looking forward to a top-level battle. Wu Lingfei waved her arm and wrapped Knight Soro in her arms, leaving the mansion. Chu Yu, even if you go home with me, no one can confine you. Even the old ancestor has to give face to Lord Golden Phoenix. I can't tell how strong she is even with my cultivation, Sikong Tianyu said, looking in the direction Wu Lingfei left. Auntie, the family doesn't know that Lord Golden Phoenix is the one who defeated Qingtian Saint from Qingtian region? Sikong Chuyu asked. The family received news of the battle between Eastern Xian region and Qingtian region, but we only know that Eastern Xian region sent out a saint and forced Qingtian Saint to retreat. We don't know the details or your relationship. Sikong Tianyu shook her head. At that time, Auntie Fei had just entered the saint realm for half a month and didn't have a suitable saint treasure in hand. Now that Auntie Fei's cultivation has stabilized and she has a top-level saint treasure in hand, why don't you let Qingtian Saint try again? Sikong Chuyu said. She had absolute confidence in Wu Lingfei. Baidu search AI go xiao shua www.ai.com. Lord Golden Phoenix was an invincible venerable when she was at the venerable realm. Naturally, it won't be a problem for her to enter the saint realm. Do you want to go home? I don't think there will be any problems with the family, Sikong Tianyu said. I don't want to go back for the time being. When Night Sorrow is stronger, I'll ask him to propose marriage, Sikong Chuyu said with a red face. Alright, I'll go back first. The results of this investigation will shock the family, Sikong Tianyu said. After chatting with Sikong Chuyu for a while, Sikong Tianyu left Qingxin courtyard. She was very happy that her niece had a good home. She was very satisfied with Night Sorrow. Wu Lingfei took Night Sorrow to the teleportation formation and teleported to Linhai City. Then, Wu Lingfei took Night Sorrow and flew toward the Dark Island. This time, Wu Lingfei didn't fly high in the sky. She was a saint and had mastered the power of rules. She could resist and ignore the attacks of the Realm Sea. Similarly, Night Sorrow had the Void Fate Pearl to protect his Spirit Sea, so he wasn't afraid of the attacks of the Realm Sea. After becoming a saint, Wu Lingfei flew at full speed and covered a distance of several thousand kilometers in a very short time. The Blood Strike guards of the City Lord Mansion were guarding the Dark Island. There were 3 venerable commanders. When they saw Wu Lingfei arrive, they all bowed to greet her. Wu Lingfei took Night Sorrow to the entrance of the spatial tunnel. She merged the clone that was sitting cross-legged into her body. Then, she pulled Night Sorrow to her side and propped up a light green protective shield. She then struck the space with her right hand. Following Wu Lingfei's palm, the energy within the spatial tunnel began to riot. Seeing the energy riot, Wu Lingfei pulled Yi Shang into the spatial tunnel. Standing beside Wu Lingfei, Night Sorrow felt countless ripples of energy attack Wu Lingfei's protective shield. However, they were all blocked. Soon, the 2 of them stood in the death space. Aunt Fei, you came in so quickly. Night Sorrow asked in surprise. This is the power of darkness mixed with the power of death. It's suppressed by the power of life, so it can't do anything to you, Wu Lingfei said. Then we'll go now. Night Sorrow said. Let's go and get rid of that fella first. We'll continue to search for resources here. As Wu Lingfei spoke, she killed all the darkness creatures near the spatial tunnel. After that, Night Sorrow pointed in a direction. Wu Lingfei brought Night Sorrow and flew towards the location of the Dark Heaven Vault. Night Sorrow had to fly for 3 to 4 days with his Tianyu. Wu Lingfei only used 2 hours to arrive. Aunt Fei, we're a few hundred miles away. Night Sorrow said. Aunt Fei can feel it. In a while, when Aunt Fei fights with it, you can enter the space-time pagoda and use your soul force to observe the battle. You can learn from it. Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. I understand. Aunt Fei, you have to pay attention to your safety. Night Sorrow said. Let's go over. The death energy here is really dense. After saying that, Wu Lingfei brought Night Sorrow and flew. Wu Lingfei only needed a few breaths of time to cover a distance of a few hundred miles. After they arrived, Wu Lingfei casually tossed Night Sorrow onto an ancient tree. After that, she soared into the air. At this moment, the figure below the crack in the heaven vault also stood up. Who are you? You dare to come to this seat's place? Are you courting death? This was a man with tattoos on his face. He stared at Wu Lingfei and roared. Chapter 5:16. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you're a saint? You've just entered the saint realm, so it's not a big deal. I, the Black Shadow Venerable, will let you try. A venerable can also kill a saint. The middle-aged man left the mountain and rushed towards Wu Lingfei. At this moment, Night Sorrow noticed that this man was not ordinary. It was over 6 meters tall and had a pair of large curved horns on its head. The horns were densely packed with veins. At this time, Wu Lingfei attacked. Her left hand slapped forward, and the ordinary protective qi shield around her body changed into a light green life qi shield. At this moment, the Black Shadow Venerable was attacking Wu Lingfei with the strong death qi. In order to avoid being attacked by the death qi, it was best for her to use the protective qi cover of the nature of life to restrain the nature of death. As Wu Lingfei's palm struck out, a world of ice and snow appeared in front of her, sealing the death energy and preventing it from reaching her. After stabilizing the situation, Wu Lingfei once again used Ice Seal. Wu Lingfei froze the Black Shadow Venerable twice in a row. Then Wu Lingfei began to rush forward, and froze the Black Shadow Venerable again. Wu Lingfei didn't freeze the Black Shadow Venerable directly, but she managed to keep him within a certain range. Then Wu Lingfei waved the long sword in her right hand. The green sword light cut through the death energy and went directly to the Black Shadow Venerable. Starting 3A, the Black Shadow Venerable waved his right hand and slashed out his saber. The sword light and saber light collided, and then both of them were shattered. Even if you have grasped the power of rules, it's useless. Today, you must die. As Wu Lingfei spoke, the chains of rules of life appeared. A dozen chains of rules of life whipped towards the Black Shadow Saint. Saint of Life, you are the Saint of Life. The Black Shadow Venerable was shocked. High-level attributes were very rare, not to mention the attribute of life that could restrain him. It was hard for him to accept this. That's right. So, from the moment you allowed the dark creatures in the space to attack our world, your fate was sealed. Wu Lingfei said while attacking. Don't push me too far, the Black Shadow Venerable roared. Didn't you want to kill a saint? Today, I will kill you. Wu Lingfei roared, and the polar moon will behind her flew out. The polar moon will moved so fast that it cut through the middle of the Black Shadow Venerable's body. Ah! The Black Shadow Venerable screamed, I'm immortal. Come on. After the Black Shadow Venerable screamed and roared, his body turned into a cloud of black mist and floated backward. The Black Shadow Venerable, who had turned into mist, was no longer affected. Both Wu Lingfei's sword light and the polar moon will went through the black mist. I don't believe I can't kill you. Wu Lingfei let out a roar, and a green sea of life energy appeared, wrapping the black mist in it. Kill me? What a joke. My true form is the hidden fog beast. As long as the fog exists, I will not die. What can you do to me? The voice came from the black fog. The hidden fog beast can turn into the black fog. After turning into the black fog, it can't attack and can't be attacked. But I can refine you slowly. Wu Lingfei's body shook as she transformed into a golden king bird that was dozens of meters long. Next, the golden king bird with the aura of a king screeched and opened its beak to suck the black mist into its body. After absorbing the black mist, the golden monarch bird let loose a cry before transforming back into the dancing spirit concubine. Wu Lingfei's figure flashed and landed in front of Yishang. Aunt Fei, you? Night Sorrow was shocked. Night Sorrow, are you scared? Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I'm not scared. Because you care about me. Aunt Fei, are you okay? Night Sorrow was shocked and worried. I'm fine. Aunt Fei has a unique talent. The space in my body can refine it directly. This is also because I have a way to restrain it. Otherwise, ordinary saints wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Wu Lingfei said. Aunt Fei, be careful. Don't get turned over by it. Night Sorrow looked at Wu Lingfei's delicate body and said. I won't. There are some things I haven't told you because I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and said. I won't. Everything has a spirit. There's no difference between humans and beasts. The only difference is evil and righteousness. Night Sorrow said. You're wrong. Beasts are a general term. In fact, there are also strange beasts and spirit beasts. Aunt Fei's true form is a golden phoenix, so her name is Golden Phoenix. If it's not necessary, Aunt Fei doesn't want to fight with her true form. After all, she's a human now. Wu Lingfei said. I understand. Aunt Fei, you have to pay attention to your body. Night Sorrow reminded Wu Lingfei. It's fine. No matter if it's its true form or its human form, it's a dead end. Right now, it only has half of its life left. We should be able to refine it before the sky turns dark. Wu Lingfei spoke. In that case, I can be at ease. Night Sorrow nodded, feeling much more at ease in his heart. After that, the two of them arrived at the bottom of the heaven vault. The law energy here is very strong. No wonder its cultivation base didn't rise, but its cultivation base is high enough. Luckily, we came in time. If we came late, this fellow would have entered the Saint Realm. At that time, things would truly be difficult to deal with. There are spirit stones and crystals below. However, it's very deep. After Wu Lingfei spoke, she got Night Sorrow to retreat. After that, she waved her hand and blasted the ground. Under Wu Lingfei's violent attacks, the peak of the mountain was flattened. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea passed, Night Sorrow saw many spirit stones shining brightly. There were also darkness crystals and a small number of death crystals. Digging is too slow. Wait in the air and collect the spirit stones and crystals. After Wu Lingfei spoke, she waved her hand, causing the ground to shatter. The shattered rocks shot out in all directions as the spirit stones and crystals flew up into the air. Night Sorrow waved his hand and collected the spirit stones and crystals. An instant later, all the spirit stones and crystals were collected. Aunt Fei, there are so many spirit stones and crystals. After Wu Lingfei stopped, Night Sorrow took out the spirit stones and crystals he collected. There were over 20 peak-grade spirit stones, over 200 high-grade spirit stones, 50 to 60 darkness crystals and over 20 death crystals. Not bad. Keep them. Wu Lingfei smiled. Aunt Fei, keep them. I have them. Night Sorrow shook his head. Give the peak-grade spirit stones to me. You can keep the rest. The people around you also need resources. Aunt Fei only cares about whether you have resources or not. You don't have to care about others. Wu Lingfei spoke. Okay. Aunt Fei, just tell me what you need. I have a lot of resources here. Night Sorrow said. I know you have. You gave me a lot of life crystals. It's enough. Wu Lingfei said. That's good. Night Sorrow nodded. Wu Lingfei sighed and said, Auntie Fei told you that after knowing you, Auntie Fei's path became much smoother. This is because I borrowed your luck. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to enter the Saint Realm. Aunt Fei, don't say that. I'm embarrassed. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Chapter 5:17. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Auntie Fei's true form is very beautiful, holy and majestic, even I want to worship you, Night Sorrow said with a smile. It's good that you think so. There aren't many people worthy of Auntie Fei's attention, and you are the only one I treat as family, so as long as you don't mind, Auntie Fei is very happy. Wu Lingfei patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said. In fact, she had been observing Night Sorrow's situation for a while to see if Night Sorrow would reject her because she was a spirit beast in human form. With her powerful soul force, Wu Lingfei didn't miss the slightest change in Night Sorrow's expression. She then found that Night Sorrow was only worried and didn't show any other emotional changes, which made her feel very relieved. Auntie Fei, don't think too much. I won't say anything about this matter, but if anyone dares to talk nonsense about it in the future, I will never let them go, Night Sorrow said. Good, Auntie Fei didn't dote on you for nothing, Wu Lingfei said with a smile on her face. Of course, Auntie Fei is my only auntie, Night Sorrow said. Then the two set up camp and fought for a while. Wu Lingfei had consumed a lot of her soul force, and she still had to refine the hidden fog beast. After setting up camp, Night Sorrow rode Tianyu to find a water source and made a pot of tea after returning. At that moment, Wu Lingfei walked out of the tent and waved her arm, causing a mass of death qi to appear and dissipate, but Wu Lingfei was holding a crystal core in her hand. Although this guy was a venerable, its crystal core was already a half-step saint crystal, Wu Lingfei said. Did you kill it? Night Sorrow asked. It couldn't be any more dead. It was arrogant and full of confidence because it thought its innate talent was too great and it couldn't be attacked by energy, but inside Auntie Fei's space, Auntie Fei directly crushed its soul with ice, so even if it didn't want to die, it was impossible. Wu Lingfei threw the half-step saint crystal to Yishan. Auntie Fei is so domineering. Night Sorrow gave Wu Lingfei a thumbs up and poured a cup of tea for her. The problem is solved. We'll search elsewhere tomorrow. As long as there are high-level dark and undead creatures, we'll eliminate them. We won't give them a chance to rise, Wu Lingfei said. After Auntie Fei clears out the high-level creatures here, our eastern Xian region can use this place as a training ground. We can let rank 3 and rank 4 cultivators come here to gain experience. If we continuously attack and harvest, the dark creatures won't have any chance to rise. Night Sorrow spoke his thoughts. %C. Only 1/8 is M equals others are robbers plus K, that's a good idea. Let's do it this way. If cultivators keep coming in to train, the dark creatures won't be able to grow. Wu Lingfei agreed with Night Sorrow's idea. After a night's rest, Wu Lingfei took Night Sorrow to walk in the dark space to collect materials and ores. Night Sorrow, you don't have to worry. When you enter the Venerable Realm, Auntie Fei will help you arrange for your reincarnation spear to advance. Lord K is a refiner. Our Tianji Tower also has resources stored. We can still order a spiritual weapon. In addition, other than the rough array engravings, the materials of your reincarnation spear are top-notch. It already has the strength of a spiritual weapon. Wu Lingfei noticed that Night Sorrow paid special attention to ores and ores. She understood Night Sorrow's thoughts. Auntie Fei knows what I'm worried about. I don't want to give up on the reincarnation spear, so I want to get some materials and think of a way to advance it in the future. Night Sorrow nodded and said. In terms of defense, you have the time-space treasure pagoda and the golden phoenix soft armor. It's enough. So if you care about refining materials, it can only be the reincarnation spear. Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and said with a smile. Auntie Fei, you said before that there's only one possibility for the golden phoenix soft armor to shatter. What's going on? Night Sorrow asked. The golden phoenix soft armor is actually formed from Auntie Fei's own feathers after she transformed. It's very flexible. If it shatters, it means that Auntie Fei has fallen. Otherwise, there won't be any problems. Wu Lingfei said. Then I understand. The golden phoenix soft armor will never shatter. Night Sorrow said as he reached out and touched the golden phoenix soft armor. Every day, he collected medicinal materials and refining materials during the day. At night, when they set up camp, Night Sorrow turned all of them into medicinal pills. During the day, Night Sorrow didn't make any moves. Those who weren't late 5th order couldn't train him. And late 5th order dark creatures were basically invisible. Half a month passed. Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow went to the edge of the spatial barrier a few times. Wu Lingfei's speed was fast and her soul power was strong. The area covered by her soul power was huge. Therefore, the speed of her search was fast. Night Sorrow's cultivation base also improved rapidly. His true Qi cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 5th order void inquiry stage. He could advance to the next realm at any time. His myriad Dao treasure cannon had also reached the 2nd order Dao querying realm. This is an incomplete spatial zone. Other than the dark energy and death energy that descended from the heaven vault, the other energies here are very low. Therefore, there are fewer resources here. Wu Lingfei said. That's it then. We won't continue searching. We have to give the cultivators a chance. Night Sorrow said. All right. Let's go out then. There aren't any high-level dark creatures here. Our goal has been achieved. Wu Lingfei nodded. She admired Night Sorrow's magnanimity. After that, the two of them flew back to the entrance of the spatial passageway. Outside the spatial passageway, Wu Lingfei set up an illusion formation. Won't our people be affected if we come in? Night Sorrow asked. No. This formation only hides the location of the spatial passageway. The dark creatures won't be able to see the entrance of the spatial passageway from here. However, it won't affect our people. As soon as Wu Lingfei finished speaking, she put on her veil and brought Night Sorrow out of the spatial passageway. After exiting the spatial passageway, Wu Lingfei asked everyone to retreat, leaving only a small team to guard the passageway. After that, Wu Lingfei brought Night Sorrow back to Linhai City. The source of the disaster has been dealt with. We discovered it in time. If the hidden fog beast has really advanced to the Saint Realm, it would be quite troublesome to kill it. While flying with Night Sorrow, Wu Lingfei said. It's just that it's unlucky. Night Sorrow said. It's not that it's unlucky. It's the leader of this space. Those dark spirit corpses and rank 5 dark creatures should all be under its control. Those dark creatures attacked our eastern Xian region because it sent them to scout ahead. It's preparing for its attack after advancing. It won't die if it doesn't do it. It's just that its time is up. Wu Lingfei said. Then it deserves to die. Night Sorrow said. From a righteous point of view, invading isn't righteous. That's why invading has always been a loss. Wu Lingfei said. In other words, they invaded the eastern Xian region first, and we entered the dark space after. We didn't invade, but counterattacked. That's why we won. Night Sorrow nodded. Yes, it's true that the bigger fist is the reason, but don't do things that go against the principles of righteousness and morality. It's not worth it, said Wu Lingfei to Yi Shang, reminding him. Chapter 518. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. Of course, a man should strive for self-improvement. It's normal to take revenge and complain. Love go little say, Chu Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Then I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. Aunt Fei isn't telling you this to pressure you. Just follow your heart. As long as you don't go against your conscience, it's fine. Wu Lingfei turned to Night Sorrow. She didn't want to affect Night Sorrow's state of mind because of this conversation. That would be a serious problem. In the early stages of cultivation, true qi and cultivation were more important. But in the later stages, it was the state of mind. If the state of mind was low, then it would be difficult to raise one's realm. It would also be easy to develop a heart demon, leading to cultivation deviation. Soon, the two returned to Waterfront City and teleported to Dongxian City. Back in Dongxian City, Wu Lingfei brought Night Sorrow to the city lord's mansion to see Kuan Nan and Dai Tianxiang. The high-level dark creatures in the death space connected to the Black Island have all been killed. There shouldn't be any left. I've left a small team behind to guard it. Next, arrange for cultivators under the 5th stage to enter the death space once or twice a year. That way, the dark creatures won't be able to grow. As for the transfer of people, you can communicate with the 7 great sections. If their disciples are willing to enter, then let them. If not, use the city lord's mansion's people, Wu Lingfei said to Kuan Nan. This subordinate understands. This matter will be handled well. Kuan Nan said. Elder Kuan Nan, your attainments and formations are not bad. Later, seal the passage. Make the seal stronger. You'll open it every time the trial is held. That way, no one will barge in and cause trouble. Wu Lingfei thought for a moment before giving another order. After everything was done, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow returned to the mansion. When they returned, they saw Ling Long. However, Ling Long looked at Night Sorrow with dissatisfaction. "Mistress Wu, why didn't you bring Ling Long along?" Ling Long asked. Wu Lingfei brought Night Sorrow to the death space and didn't bring her along. She felt very regretful in her heart, and this was also the reason why she was dissatisfied with Night Sorrow. The spatial tunnel is suppressed by the power of law. I can't bring two people with me, but Night Sorrow knows the route and can lead the way. Alright, you guys go ahead. Wu Lingfei nodded to Night Sorrow and Exquisite and walked towards the tower. Did you get a lot of benefits this time? Ling Long asked. Not bad, just some materials. Night Sorrow said with a smile. In fact, he could understand Ling Long's mentality. It was just like back in Bamboo Garden Village, when Father Gu and the others went to Gunnan Town, they didn't bring him along. Was the battle intense? Exquisite followed Night Sorrow to the backyard. Very intense. While replying to Ling Long, Night Sorrow greeted Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu, who had just stopped fighting in the yard. After sitting down, Night Sorrow casually talked about the hidden fog beast. Of course, Night Sorrow didn't mention Wu Lingfei's situation. He just said that the hidden fog beast's soul had been destroyed. Not afraid of energy attacks, and that sword and spear had no effect. Her talent is too strong. However, Aunt Fei is stronger. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. That's right. The problem of the dark space can be considered solved. The crisis will no longer exist. Night Sorrow nodded. After staying for a while, Ling Long left. Night Sorrow, Yang Lei, and Sikong Chuyu drank tea. Chuyu, is there any news from your family? Night Sorrow asked. No. Even if my family reacted, it won't be so fast. They also have to go through the normal channels to come here. Sikong Chuyu said. The two girls knew that there was a strategic teleportation formation between the Eastern Profound region and the Tianji Tower. However, it was an absolute secret and they did not know the exact location. With the strategic teleportation formation, one could teleport to the underground palace of the headquarters of the Tianji Tower. However, even venerated realm experts would need some time to travel there. After having dinner with the two girls, Night Sorrow went into seclusion. He wanted to improve his true qi cultivation to the 6th level of the Void Inquiry stage. Not long after entering the death space, Night Sorrow reached the peak of the 5th level of the Void Inquiry stage. After settling down, he was already on the verge of breaking through. Seeing Night Sorrow going to break through, Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu exchanged glances. There was already a gap between them and Night Sorrow. They had just reached the 5th level of the Void Inquiry stage not long ago, but Night Sorrow was already advancing towards the 6th level of the Void Inquiry stage. This was the gap between them. This guy has already caught up to the results of our years of hard work after just a few years of bitter cultivation. Yang Lei said. This is just what we can see. The energy in his body and the cultivation of his soul are both increasing. These invisible strengths are even more terrifying. Sikong Chuyu said. His rapid improvement will save us a lot of trouble. It will also be easy to solve your problem. Yang Lei said. Actually, with Aunt Fei's help, as long as my family members aren't stupid, they won't stop you. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. In the Sikong clan, Sikong Tianyu reported to Sikong Tianding about his meeting with Sikong Chuyu and his investigation of Night Sorrow. With spirit stones to pave the way, it was still possible for Sikong Tianyu to investigate some of Night Sorrow's growth experiences. He is not even 20 years old yet, but his cultivation base is close to the peak of the 5th level of the Void Inquiry stage. He has been fighting against opponents who are at a higher level than him. This is too shocking. Sikong Tianding muttered in a low voice. As for his family background, Chuyu vaguely mentioned that Ji Yu's clan isn't strong enough. We know that Chuyu has never lied or boasted, so there is no need for her to tell us half of the story. There should be something that I haven't found out yet. However, on the surface, he seems to be an orphan who was adopted. Sikong Tianyu said. This is the problem. If there is an actual family background, everything will be clear. However, this adoption may be the problem. The most important thing is that Lord Golden Phoenix has spoken. Our Sikong clan can't reject her. Sikong Tianding said after thinking for a while. Only, Yi Zheng's edition, all his S0 edition U is a pirate % edition during this period of time. The news of the war between the Qing Tian region and the Eastern Xian region had spread and Jin Huang's name spread again. Jin Huang was the city lord of the Eastern Xian city and the lord of the Tianji Tower in the Eastern Xian region. However, no one knew Jin Huang's appearance and background. This was the biggest secret. Yes. Lord Golden Phoenix asked me to pass a message to Granduncle. It seems like she knows Granduncle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that. Sikong Tianyu said. Actually, these aren't very important. Tianyu, what do you think of that young man? Is Chuyu happy over there? Sikong Tianding asked. If the conversation at the beginning was for the sake of the clan's interests, then now, Sikong Tianding was asking as a father. Very good. Anyway, I like him very much. I believe third brother will like him too. If he still can't enter the eyes of our Sikong clan, no one will be able to marry Chuyu. Sikong Tianyu said. Chapter 519. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We will provide you with interesting novels to read. Next, Sikong Tianding and Sikong Tianyu went to meet the old ancestor of the Sikong clan, Sikong Luyun. Then, Sikong Tianyu reported the results of his investigation. Sage Golden Phoenix. With a sage backing him, there's no need to talk about his family background. If he is outstanding, we shouldn't interfere in this matter. It's fine as long as Chuyu likes him. Sikong Luyun nodded after listening to Sikong Tianyu's report. Granduncle, that Night Sorrow is very outstanding. He might not even be 20 years old yet, but he is already at the peak of the 5th level of the Void Inquiry stage. The geniuses of the other clans are nothing compared to him. Besides, he is also very humble. Sikong Tianyu told him what he knew about Night Sorrow. That's good. If you have time, you should go there again and ask them to visit our clan. Don't feel pressured. Lord Golden Phoenix is destined to be a person who can suppress an era. If there is a conflict between the Eastern Xian region and the Qingtian region, perhaps we can stay out of it because of Chuyu. Sikong Luyun said to Sikong Tianding and Sikong Tianyu. Granduncle, it's not suitable for us to have too much contact with the Eastern Xian region for the time being. After all, we are a force of the Qingtian region. We can't allow others to criticize us. This will be detrimental to the development of our clan. Sikong Tianding said. You're right. Tianding, you have a strong view of the overall situation. This is also the reason why I put you in charge of the clan without worry. The current situation is rather chaotic. What we need to do is to protect ourselves. In such a chaotic world, a single mistake will cause a great disaster. Sikong Luyun looked at Sikong Tianding and nodded. Tianding will be careful. I won't let anything happen to the clan. Sikong Tianding bowed. In the past, our Sikong clan wasn't afraid of anyone. Whoever dared to challenge us, we dared to fight back. However, now that a sage has appeared, any force without a sage will be annihilated if they are not careful. Sikong Luyun sighed. Granduncle, don't you have a chance? Sikong Tianyu asked. Chance? This isn't a matter of chance. It's fate. People who don't have fate will never be able to reach that level. Origin stones and saint crystals are too rare. Those who don't have great luck can't get them. Sikong Luyun shook his head. Look at HS version of chapter MS on, then how did Jin Huang and Ji Yuhaitian get in? It is said that Lord Golden Phoenix has just entered the Saint Realm, Sikong Tianyu said. Venerable Futian is a very old venerable, but he is only a little stronger than ordinary venerables. However, Lord Golden Phoenix is different. She is invincible in the venerable realm. Once she enters the saint realm, her combat strength will also increase. They are all people who are favored by the heavenly Tao. Others can't compare to them. Alright, you should worry more about the family's affairs, Tianding. Also, explain to Yunwu Mountain what our Sikong family did some time ago. Wouldn't that hurt old Mountain Master Yang's feelings? Sikong Luyun said. Tianding will take care of it. Sikong Tianding nodded. Then go. Sikong Luyun waved his hand at the two of them. Third brother, what do we do next? Sikong Tianyu asked Sikong Tianding after leaving Sikong Liuyun's seclusion room. Nothing much. Later, you and your sister-in-law Yang Yu will make a trip to Mount Yunwu. After that, our clan will develop in a low-key manner and deal with the upcoming storm, Sikong Tianding said. What about Chuyu? Sikong Tianyu asked. We don't need to deal with her. Chuyu is a member of Tianji Tower. Her safety is naturally not a problem. If we don't need to worry about her safety, what else do we need to deal with? Let nature take its course. As for that young man, if you are satisfied, then there is no problem. The most important thing is that Chuyu thinks highly of him. As her father, I know how high Chuyu's standards are. Love go little say Wang, Chusikong Tianding said. That's true. A father knows his daughter best. Alright, I will go and see sister-in-law now. Sikong Tianyu nodded. After Sikong Tianding returned to his study, he wrote a letter and asked someone to send it out. Although he didn't have to deal with Sikong Chuyu's matter, he still missed his daughter. Therefore, he wrote a letter of inquiry and also explained his family's attitude. When he thought of his daughter being forced to run away from home, Sikong Tianding was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the sake of the clan's interests, he would have already killed Sikong Tianjing and Sikong Tianhua. His daughter was the treasure in his heart that he wanted to protect. He could not accept hurting Sikong Chuyu. Night Sorrow used one night to condense his true chi halo. His true chi cultivation base had advanced to the 6th level of the void inquiry stage. Then, while stabilizing his cultivation base, Night Sorrow continued to cultivate the myriad Tao scripture and the power of his soul. As for his innate bloodline power, Night Sorrow also improved it very quickly. However, there was still some time before he could activate the 5th innate bloodline power because it was too difficult to activate the 5th innate bloodline power. After stabilizing his cultivation base for a few days, Night Sorrow walked out of the secret cultivation room. At this moment, Yang Lei, Sikong Chuyu and Ling Long were drinking tea and chatting. Not bad. 6th level of the void inquiry stage. Your cultivation speed is unimaginable to others. Take our Medicine Valley for example. Those elders who were at the 5th level of the void inquiry stage in the past needed a long time to increase their cultivation base by 1 level. Yang Lei said with a sigh. It's not bad. It's probably because I have more resources. Night Sorrow sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. There are many people who have more resources, but I have never seen anyone who can cultivate so quickly. Ling Long said. It's still not as fast as senior sister Ling Long, Night Sorrow said after taking a sip of tea. You have only cultivated for a few years. The time I have spent cultivating is several times longer than yours. Junior brother Knight, how old are you exactly today? Ling Long asked. She was more curious about this. 9th senior sister, I have been in the sect for 4 years, right? I'm already 20 years old. Night Sorrow thought for a while and said. Yes. According to the time, you will have been in the sect for 4 years in another 2 months. Time really flies. The 13th junior brother who was still very inexperienced at that time is already in his 20s now. Moreover, your name has spread far and wide. Yang Lei said. She felt a little emotional because too many things had happened in the past 4 years. The fate of the Medicine Valley had changed. Her own fate had changed. All of this was inseparable from Night Sorrow. 20 years old. Junior brother Night, you are good enough. After confirming Night Sorrow's age, Ling Long's heart also trembled for a moment because the achievements she made when she was 20 years old were far inferior to Night Sorrow's. After that, Night Sorrow communicated with the members of the Tianji Tower team and gave all the dark crystals to Qin Zhen. Brother 13, these are too precious. Seeing Night Sorrow take out a small pile of dark crystals, Qin Zhen did not know what to say. We are brothers. There is no need to say anything else. Just take them. Night Sorrow patted Qin Zhen's shoulder and said. Looking at Night Sorrow, Qin Zhen nodded and put away the dark crystals. After communicating with his brothers for a while, Night Sorrow waved the training field and began to cultivate his spear techniques. This guy is really crazy. I can't stand it. Ling Long muttered and also went to cultivate. Chapter 520. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small. It provides you with wonderful novels to read. Who sent it? Sikong Chiyu asked. It was sent by someone from Tianji Tower. I don't know the details. Ning Qingfeng said. Then it's nothing. I'll have to trouble Big Brother Ning. Sikong Chiyu said. Although Ning Qingfeng considered himself a servant, in Qingxin Villa, no one treated him as a servant. They all treated him as an elder brother. After opening the letter, Sikong Chiyu was stunned because she recognized that it was her father's handwritten letter. After looking at the signature and confirming that it was her father's letter, Sikong Chiyu began to read it carefully. After reading it, Sikong Chiyu smiled. Ninth senior sister, the matter between me and Night Sorrow is resolved. This is my father's letter. He said that no one in the family objected, including the old ancestor. That's great. Night Sorrow heard the conversation between the two and immediately stopped cultivating. Well, the problem has been solved. Sikong Chiyu said excitedly. Chiyu, I'm sorry. This matter was due to Aunt Fei's face. I couldn't do it myself. Night Sorrow said. XC, original chapter C section BZ equals T on /NI, that's not right. Strength is also divided into hard strength and soft strength. Hard strength is how much battle power you have, and soft strength is how much influence you can have. How many people with high battle power can you influence? Yang Lei said. The matter is resolved. Let's find a time to go to the Sikong family to propose marriage. Night Sorrow said. If there are no obstacles, then we can go at any time. Sikong Chiyu said with a smile. She was very happy to know that her family did not object. Night Sorrow stopped cultivating his spear art and sat down to drink tea and chat with the two women. The Sikong family opposed him and Sikong Chiyu being together, which made him feel a lot of pressure. Now that it was resolved, he felt a lot more relaxed. While Night Sorrow was drinking tea with the two women, the masked Taishu Yen appeared, followed by Exquisite. Night Sorrow, is Lord Wu Kei here? Taishu Yen looked at Night Sorrow and asked. She should be here. Night Sorrow knew that Taishu Yen must have come for something, so he got up and walked towards the viewing tower where Wu Lingfei was. Night Sorrow had just taken a few steps when the veiled Wu Lingfei appeared. Junior Marshal Sister Taishu, you're here. Is something the matter? Yes, I've come to ask for Senior Apprentice Sister's help. Your Junior Apprentice Sister, have lost, Taishu Yen said. What happened? Are you injured? Wu Lingfei asked as she looked at Taishu Yan's arm. My arm was hit, and I need to rest, Taishu Yen said with a bitter smile. It's very difficult for cultivators below the saint stage to hurt you, right? Wu Lingfei frowned and asked. He's not a saint, but a venerable. But he's very strong, and I'm not his match. He didn't kill me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed, Taishu Yen said. He didn't kill you, which means he left some leeway. What caused the conflict? Wu Lingfei asked. Senior apprentice Sister Wu should know that the realm sea at the border of the North Sea region and the unbounded desolation is special. There are no rules to attack. We call it the Inner Sea. He seized the Sea Heart Island where I used to cultivate, Tai Shu Yen explained the cause and effect. His style is very overbearing, but there's still a depth to it. Let's heal first. Later, Senior apprentice Sister will go and take a look. Wu Lingfei pulled Tai Shu Yen to the viewing tower to heal her. The situation is very serious. Knight Sorrow said. He knew that Tianji Tower's Lord Lin Yuandao and Vice Lord Tai Shu Yen were both peak venerables. Being able to defeat Tai Shu Yen meant that they were very strong. It's very serious. He injured Tianji Tower's Vice Lord. This is a big problem. Sikong Chiyu nodded and said. Let's wait and see what Aunt Fei has to say. It seems that we'll have a chance to go to the North Sea domain, Knight Sorrow said. On the third day, Wu Lingfei and Tai Shu Yen came out of the viewing tower. Lord Wu, this guy is too arrogant. We Tianji Tower must kill him, Ling Long said. That's not the right way of thinking. Our Celestial Terminus Tower's deputy chief has suffered a loss, but we have to be reasonable. Junior Marshal Sister Tai Shu, all the treasured lands in the world are ownerless. The Sea Heart Island in the Northern Sea Domain's Inner Sea does not necessarily belong to Junior Marshal Sister. Whoever has the ability to fight for it is not wrong. I understand. I just can't accept it, Tai Shu Yen said. Don't be upset. Your senior sister is just trying to reason with you. Feng Shui treasures belong to those who are virtuous. Strength is a display of virtue. If he has the strength to take it, then we can take it back, Wu Lingfei said. I thought senior apprentice sister didn't care about me. That Sea Heart Island is very important to you. We can't lose it, Tai Shu Yen said. But since he showed mercy, we have to remember. Senior apprentice sister won't kill for no reason, Wu Lingfei said to Tai Shu Yen. Junior apprentice sister understands. Tai Shu Yen nodded. Okay, let's go, Wu Lingfei said. Aunt Fei, I'll go too. Knight Sorrow expressed his intention to go. Okay, let's go together, Wu Lingfei said. Senior apprentice sister, it's not appropriate to take him. It's too dangerous, Tai Shu Yen said. She was worried that the opponent was too strong and could threaten Knight Sorrow's safety. It's okay. Knight Sorrow has the pagoda of time and space to protect him. As long as I don't lose, the opponent can't hurt Knight Sorrow, Wu Lingfei said confidently. Hearing Wu Lingfei's words, Ling Long opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She also wanted to go, but she couldn't guarantee her own safety, so she couldn't say anything. After tidying up, Knight Sorrow said goodbye to Yang Lei and Sikong Chiyu, and then followed Wu Lingfei and Tai Shu Yen to the teleportation array. Junior apprentice sister Tai Shu, what is the opponent's attribute? Does he have any trump cards? Wu Lingfei asked as they moved forward. Extreme attribute. It's the Black Demon Lightning attribute. His attacks are very domineering. He's going for the Great Desolate Pool. I don't know what he's planning, Tai Shu Yen said. He must have his own plans. I don't know where this expert came from, Wu Lingfei said. Aunt Fei, Marshal Aunt Tai Shu, what is the Great Desolate Pool? Knight Sorrow asked. It's a miraculous place that makes people helpless. You can say it's a treasure. The realm sea between the Northern Sea Domain and the realm of unbounded desolation is special. It's the border between the realm sea and the desolate sea. The desolate sea is a forbidden zone for all life. Unless you can withstand the power of the desolate sea, you'll meet a miserable end, Wu Lingfei said. What kind of miserable end? Knight Sorrow asked curiously. Have you heard of the phrase, until the end of time? The desolate sea contains the power of time. The limit of the power of desolation is 1,000 years in an instant. How long do cultivators live? What do you think will happen if they're sucked in by the power of time? Their hair will turn white, their life force will fade, and they'll become a pile of bones, Wu Lingfei said. Chapter 521. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Among the 4 advanced attributes, the life attribute and the death attribute are the ones that are more helpful to one's body, because these 2 attributes are the elaboration of life. However, in terms of combat power, they are not as good as the space force and the time force. The 4 attributes each have their own strengths, and the time force is the closest to the supreme attribute. Love go little say, Chu Wu Lingfei explained to Night Sorrow. Wu Lingfei was very patient with Night Sorrow. Everyone knows that the Great Desolate Pool is very precious, but no one can use it. If one can withstand the invasion of the power of desolates, then one can absorb the power of desolates to strengthen one's body. However, this is almost impossible, Tai Shu Yan said. If there is a chance, I want to try, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow, don't joke around. You are our Tianji Tower's Heaven's Fate envoy. There are some risks that you can't take. Tai Shu Yan turned to look at Night Sorrow and said. Wu Lingfei also looked at Night Sorrow, but didn't say anything. This was mainly because she had her own considerations. When Night Sorrow's cultivation was very low, he had refined her mysterious jade spirit chi. At that time, he didn't have any attribute power. Now that Night Sorrow had the Void Fate Pearl and the Space-Time Treasure Pagoda, he could give it a try. Once he refined the power of desolates, it would greatly increase the strength of his body. This was Wu Lingfei's idea, but she didn't say it. It wasn't that she didn't trust Tai Shu Yan, but she felt that the less people who knew about Night Sorrow's secret, the safer it would be. Eastern Xian region and North Sea region were allies, and Tianji Tower was coordinating between them. They set up a transmission array in some empty areas, so the 3 of them were directly transmitted to the North Sea region's coastal city, North Star City. Senior Sister Wu, should we go now or take a rest? Tai Shu Yan asked after leaving the transmission array in North Star City. It's nothing. We'll go and take a look first. Once we solve the matter, you'll feel more at ease, Wu Lingfei said. Then, the 3 of them flew towards their destination, Sea Heart Island. The Northern Sea Domain's Realm Sea was connected to the Desolate Sea. Because of the conflict between the power of laws, the Realm Sea of the Northern Sea Domain would cancel each other out. Senior Sister Wu, be careful. That guy is very strong. If you can snatch it back, then snatch it back. If you can't snatch it back, then it doesn't matter. Tai Shu Yan said somewhat worriedly. You have too little confidence in me. I dared to face any challenge before I entered the Saint Realm. Now that I've entered the Saint Realm, do you think I'm afraid? Wu Lingfei said. 2 hours later, the 3 of them arrived at the Sea Heart Island at the border between the North Sea region's boundaries Sea and the Desolate Sea. Just as the 3 of them landed on Sea Heart Island, a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. The man wore a black robe with a golden dragon inlaid on it. His figure was straight, and he had a very unique mustache. His eyes emitted a cold light. Golden Phoenix. The black-clothed man saw Wu Lingfei and immediately shouted in surprise. I was wondering who it was. What are you thinking? Don't you know that she's a member of my Tianji Tower? Wu Lingfei looked at the black-clothed man and asked directly. How would this king know? She didn't say anything. The black-clothed man glanced at Tai Shu Yan and said. Junior Sister Tai Shu, you didn't tell him your identity? Wu Lingfei looked at Tai Shu Yan and asked. He came and said that the territory must be given to him. Then, a fight broke out. Tai Shu Yan said. Your Yun dynasty has such a big territory. Why are you extending your claws to the Northern Sea Domain? Wu Lingfei looked at the black-clothed man and said. Golden Phoenix, you don't know that the Tai Ching Domain is now in a mess. Our family doesn't want to participate. This king promised to find a good territory for my little grandson as a gift. So, he came here. He saw that this place was good and wanted to take it. Who knew that he was an acquaintance of yours? The black-clothed man said. Well, don't count on this place. How about a fight? Wu Lingfei said. Don't count on it, don't count on it. Wouldn't it be a joke to fight an old friend? Don't tell me that this king can't get a piece of territory. The black-clothed man said. That's enough. Junior sister Taishu, this matter is over. It can be said that no discord leads to friendship. Wu Lingfei said to Taishu Yan. This King Yun Tianlong offended you. Please forgive him. Golden Phoenix, I haven't seen you for many years. You finally took this step. Congratulations. In addition, this king found that nothing good came from seeing you. Some good things were ruined by you. Let's go. The black-clothed man Yun Tianlong's body flashed and left the Sea Heart Island. Senior sister, who is this person? There is such an expert in the 9 domains and 18 states. Taishu Yan said with some surprise. Yun Tianlong, the monarch of the Yun dynasty in the Taiqing domain, is also an invincible venerable. Back then, he was only slightly suppressed by Yi Tian, the Moon Emperor of the Night Moon dynasty. Wu Lingfei revealed the man's identity. Yun dynasty. That's an old power that has been passed down for countless years. This guy is really strong. Taishu Yan had not been defeated for many years. Now that she was defeated, she was still very shocked. Currently, the Taiqing domain is in chaos. No one has attacked the Yun dynasty. Why? Because if you don't defeat someone like Yun Tianlong, you will never be able to defeat the Yun dynasty. Wu Lingfei said. Indeed, the major powers of the Taiqing domain attacked the Night Moon dynasty because the Moon Emperor Yi Tian's whereabouts are unknown. They are also afraid of Yi Linghuan's rise. Taishu Yan said. Night Sorrow, the Yun dynasty and the Night Moon dynasty are on good terms. Therefore, after the Night Moon dynasty was defeated, the other powers are hostile to the Yun dynasty. Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and said. Night Sorrow took a deep breath. The Night Moon dynasty did not fall. It just experienced a wave. Wu Lingfei did not say anything. She just patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. She knew Night Sorrow's ambition. Let's go. Let's go to my courtyard to rest. Senior sister Wu, you didn't need to fight. You solved the problem directly. Comparisons are odious. Taishu Yan said. You didn't lose to him unjustly. He used to be one of the 3 giants of the Taiqing domain. You must know that the Taiqing domain used to be able to look down on the other domains. When the Taiqing domain was at its peak, even the Qingtian domain could not compare to it. Senior sister, after listening to your conversation with Night Sorrow, could it be that Night Sorrow is from the Night Moon dynasty? Taishu Yan looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Yes, let's not talk about this. Junior sister, the environment of this Sea Heart Island is not bad. Wu Lingfei said. The main thing is that the laws here are chaotic. You can more or less comprehend some things. Taishu Yan said. Night Sorrow's mind was filled with the matters of the Taiqing domain. He did not expect to see the ruler of the Taiqing domain's dynasty here. Night Sorrow, don't worry. You are still young. 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 years is nothing to you. 100 years is just a small ripple in history. Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. She knew that Night Sorrow's emotions were fluctuating. Genuine plus S first 4 shots, I understand. I've made Aunt Fei worried. Night Sorrow nodded. Chapter 522. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small. It provides you with wonderful novels to read. The 3 of them came to the center of the Sea Heart Island. In front of them was a lake, and in the middle of the lake was a small island. The center of the small island is where the great desolate pond is located. The energy there is very strong, but the energy is too terrifying. It is fatal to any life form. There is also a special attribute power inside. I looked it up in the ancient books. It is called the power of desolation, also known as the power of time. It belongs to the extreme of the time attribute. Then the great desolate pond does not mean much to junior sister. Wu Lingfei said. Yes, its existence only makes the nearby energy more concentrated. It has no other use. Tai Shu Yan said. Then I will try. Wu Lingfei propped up a protective shield and flew towards the great desolate pond. Night Sorrow and Tai Shu Yan watched from the side to see what Wu Lingfei's situation was like. As Wu Lingfei arrived above the great desolate pond, the protective shield on her body started to operate crazily. The energy loss is too fast. This is the power of time. If you cannot resist the power of time, you will not be able to absorb the power of desolation for cultivation. Tai Shu Yan said. After a moment, Wu Lingfei returned to the side of the two. It is indeed very terrifying. The change in the flow of time caused the energy of my protective shield to be consumed rapidly. In just a moment, 30% of its energy was consumed. The time attribute is a high-level attribute. It is second only to the sovereign attribute. Its power has already surpassed the other 3 high-level attributes. Tai Shu Yan said. Let's go and drink a pot of tea. I also need to recover. Wu Lingfei said. Then Tai Shu Yan arranged for Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei to stay in the other courtyard on the island. Wu Lingfei went to recover. She had consumed a lot of energy just now. In addition, Tai Shu Yan also needed to recover from her injuries. No one cared about Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, who was bored, once again went to the periphery of the great desolate pond. After standing for a while, Night Sorrow decided to try and see if his void attribute could withstand the impact of the power of time. Even if the life attribute could not withstand it, it did not mean that the void attribute could not. Night Sorrow's body flashed as he activated his protective shield and rushed towards the great desolate pond. When he arrived above the great desolate pool, Night Sorrow felt that his protective energy shield was being attacked by a strange power. However, the nothingness attribute protective energy shield bounced this strange power away and did not cause any damage. Sensing that there was no danger, Night Sorrow landed beside the great desolate pool and observed it. The great desolate pond had a radius of about 5 feet. In the middle of the pond was a rolling yellow liquid with spots. Surrounding the liquid was a yellow energy halo. Night Sorrow opened up a crack in his chi shield. He drew a yellow halo of energy into his chi shield and quickly sealed it. After this energy entered the protective barrier, it directly entered Night Sorrow's body. After entering Night Sorrow's body, this energy began to corrode Night Sorrow's flesh. Night Sorrow could feel his flesh and tendons aging. This happened in an instant. Night Sorrow hurriedly urged the myriad Tao treasured book's energy to refine this power of desolates. After being enveloped by Night Sorrow's energy, this power of desolates began to churn. It began to wash away Night Sorrow's myriad Tao treasured book's energy. However, there was no effect. This made Night Sorrow feel more at ease. He knew that his true chi was of the void attribute. The myriad Tao treasured book did not have any attribute. However, after being nourished by the void attribute for a long time, its resistance was very strong. Following which, Night Sorrow began to refine this power of desolates. After an hour, Night Sorrow's refinement did not make any progress. Night Sorrow scolded himself in his heart. He scolded himself for being stupid. How could he forget how to refine the mysterious jade chi? If he could not refine it, could it be that he could not assimilate it? Wasn't assimilation a way to refine it? Night Sorrow changed his approach. He poured the myriad Tao treasured book's energy into this power of desolates, and began the process of assimilation. Baidu search AI _go _xiao _shua www.ai2x. Slowly, this power of desolates was assimilated by Night Sorrow. It became an energy that Night Sorrow could control. Night Sorrow controlled this energy to circulate in his body. While Night Sorrow was studying this power of desolates, Wu Lingfei had recovered. Taishu Yan also came out of the room. The two of them came to the tea table in the middle of the courtyard. Senior apprentice sister, you've recovered. Your life attribute is really powerful. You've used up a third of your energy, yet you've recovered so quickly. Where's Yishang? While brewing tea, Taishu Yan looked towards Yishang's room. At this time, Wu Lingfei's body flashed and came to the periphery of the lake in the heart of the island. Standing outside the lake, she could clearly see Night Sorrow's figure sitting cross-legged. This bastard. He is too daring. After Taishu Yan finished speaking, she got up and rushed towards the island. She was very worried that Night Sorrow would consume his life attribute. That would be irreversible. Wu Lingfei's body flashed and stopped her, bringing her back to the edge of the lake. He is very stable now. Let's take a look first. Night Sorrow felt that there was no problem with this power of desolates. He opened a crack in his protective chi cover and once again pulled the power of desolates into his protective chi cover. Then, he began to assimilate it. Senior Sister Wu, what is his situation? Why is he not afraid of the power of desolates? Taishu Yan said with some astonishment. Let's go back and talk. Wu Lingfei brought Taishu Yan back to the courtyard. Only +1 positive. Version, all, he be, are stolen, C, version S%, Senior Sister Wu, how can you resist the power of desolates? Taishu Yan asked anxiously. He has many attributes on his body. Ice attribute, space attribute, and mainly the sovereign attribute. Although the power of desolates is overbearing, it is still incomparable to the sovereign attribute. Let's wait and see. If he can refine it, then this guy will have a great harvest. Wu Lingfei said. After Night Sorrow refined the 3 strands of power of desolates, he stood up and flew across the lake, returning to the courtyard. How was it? Did you gain anything? Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Night Sorrow turned his head to look at Taishu Yan. He could tell Wu Lingfei anything, but Taishu Yan couldn't. Night Sorrow, Aunt Fei, and your martial uncle have known each other for a long time. Although we don't talk much, we are not outsiders. It's nothing. Wu Lingfei said. Night Sorrow nodded. Then, with a flick of his right index finger, a yellow power of desolates appeared and wrapped around Night Sorrow's finger. The power of desolates? You have mastered the power of desolates? Even Wu Lingfei, who knew Night Sorrow very well, was very surprised. There were too many people who had designs on the power of desolates. Among them, there was no lack of talented cultivators with unfathomable cultivation. However, no one could get what they wanted. Instead, there were many people who had been cheated by the power of desolates. Not to mention others, Taishu Yan had tried it, and Wu Lingfei had also tried it today. They were all helpless against the power of desolates. But now, the power of desolates was wrapped around Night Sorrow's finger. I can't say that I have mastered it. I have just refined a few strands. Night Sorrow said. Hurry up and try it. Let's see how powerful this power of desolates is. Taishu Yan said excitedly. Chapter 523. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As Wu Lingfei's arms swept across, the originally emerald green branches turned yellow in an instant. Love go little say W, Chu, it really is the power of desolates. Night Sorrow, is there any problem in your body? Are there any changes to your attributes? If there are any changes, then the losses outweigh the gains. Wu Lingfei asked with some concern. The power of desolates contained the power of time. It was very overbearing, but it was still incomparable to the nihility attribute. Night Sorrow did not show the overbearing nature of the nihility attribute, but that was because he did not notice it. Not to mention other things, being able to suppress other attributes was an incredible means. There is no problem. I did not use true qi. I used the energy in my body to refine it. The attribute of true qi has not changed. Night Sorrow flicked his finger and the power of desolates returned to his body. That's good. Anyway, we have nothing to do. Let's stay here for a while and see if you can refine it. Wu Lingfei said. Night Sorrow, Martial Uncle has an ancient book here. It is the handwritten letter of the ancient body refiner, Huang Wudao. He is also the only known cultivator who can refine the power of desolates for his own use. Taishu Yan took out an ancient book and handed it to Night Sorrow. Huang Wudao. The matter of the black tortoise crystal was also passed down from Huang Wudao's handwritten letter. He was the most accomplished body refiner, and had cultivated the heavenly desolate sword body, which was famous throughout the 9 regions. Love go little say W, Chu, Wu Lingfei said. Thank you, Uncle Master. Yi Shang took the ancient book and flipped it open to take a look. After reading it, Night Sorrow shook his head. He was not interested in the cultivation method of the heavenly desolate sword body. This method was very crude. It was just absorbing energy to strengthen the body. It was no different from true qi. Night Sorrow returned the ancient book to Taishu Yan. Thank you, Martial Uncle. This ancient book is not suitable for me. I not only cultivate the strength of the body, but also the energy in the body. It does not conflict with true qi. He is using qi to refine the body. It's not suitable. Then what are you going to do? Taishu Yan looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Don't worry. I have my own way. I have the energy in my body. I can use the energy in my body to refine the power of desolates. It's not that troublesome, Night Sorrow said. For the next 2 days, Night Sorrow began refining the power of desolates in the Great Desolate Pool. Life did not go according to one's wishes. Night Sorrow spent 2 days refining the power of desolates. After refining more than 10 wisps of power of desolates, the Great Desolate Pool sank into the ground and disappeared. I only have a strong wisp of power of desolates in my body and the Great Desolates Pool has disappeared. What kind of situation is this? Night Sorrow said gloomily. The power of desolates is very common in the desolate sea of the unbounded desolation realm, but it is all modeled. Only the power of desolates in the Great Desolation Pool is pure. It will be difficult to find power of desolates like the Great Desolation Pool in the future. Taishu Yan also felt very regretful. Let's wait for our chance. Wu Lingfei said. She was also very helpless in this matter. However, no one could do anything about the disappearance of the Great Desolate Pool. Night Sorrow nodded. He understood that some things could not be forced. He currently did not have such a chance. However, he had already gained a lot from this trip to the North Sea. After all, he now had a wisp of pure power of desolates in his body. Actually, this is a seed. As long as the seed exists, there will be a day when it will sprout. Wu Lingfei nodded to Night Sorrow. Afterwards, the 3 of them once again searched the Sea Heart Island. However, they did not find any trace of the Great Desolate Pool. Junior Martial Sister Taishu, if there is nothing else, we will return. After searching for a while without any results, Wu Lingfei planned to leave. Alright. When I have time, I will go to the Eastern Profound Domain to see Senior Martial Sister. Taishu Yan knew that Wu Lingfei had many things to do and did not force her to stay. Martial Aunt, take care. Night Sorrow bowed to Taishu Yan. After leaving the Sea Heart Island, Wu Lingfei took Night Sorrow and flew towards the unbounded desolation. The power of desolates can only be found in the desolate sea of the unbounded desolation. Let's go to the desolate sea and see if it can help you, Wu Lingfei said. Many thanks, Aunt Fei. Night Sorrow was very moved. Wu Lingfei was doing this for him. It took the 2 of them 5 days to reach the desolate sea. When they reached the periphery of the desolate sea, Wu Lingfei was unable to approach it. The power of the desolate sea had a great effect on her. Night Sorrow could withstand it. After flying for a while, Night Sorrow activated the Myriad Tao treasure tome, which contained the power of Desolates, to protect himself. Then, he removed the Void Quintessential Energy's protective barrier. The energy of the Desolate Sea began to invade Night Sorrow's body. However, with the Myriad Tao's tome's energy protecting him, Night Sorrow had no problems. Night Sorrow tried to absorb the power of Desolates. However, he found that it was impossible. The power of Desolates was too mottled and mixed with too many other energies. It was impossible to absorb. After flying around for a while, Night Sorrow returned to Wu Lingfei's side. I can't. There is power of Desolates here, but it's too mottled and mixed with too many other energies. I can't absorb it, Night Sorrow said. Although the power of Desolates is very thin, it's very powerful. Look at your clothes. It's weathered. This is a characteristic of the power of Desolate's time power, Wu Lingfei said, pointing at Night Sorrow's clothes. At this moment, Night Sorrow's white robes had turned light yellow, as if they were old clothes from many years ago. Night Sorrow reached out to grab them, and they flew away. They were already rotten. If I can't absorb it, then I can't absorb it. This is already a good harvest, Night Sorrow said. Not bad. Your body is no longer affected by the power of time. In other words, time has little effect on your life. This is already very powerful, Wu Lingfei said with a smile. Afterward, Wu Lingfei flew back to North Star City with Night Sorrow and took a teleportation array to Eastern Profound Domain's Eastern Profound City. Unspecified currency, Zenk version 7, by the way, Auntie Fei will help you find the Desolate Stone. If there is one, it can help you continue to improve your power of Desolates, Wu Lingfei said as she walked out of the teleportation array with Night Sorrow. It's not that easy. Last time, I told Protector Yin Shui that I wanted to exchange for a space crystal, but there was no news, Night Sorrow said. Impossible. It's possible that there isn't a Desolate Stone, but it's impossible that there isn't a space crystal. She probably forgot about it, Wu Lingfei said. Maybe. Night Sorrow nodded. After the two arrived at Tranquil Heart Courtyard, Wu Lingfei returned to the viewing tower. While Night Sorrow was chatting with Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu, Exquisite also ran over. She was more interested in Night Sorrow's trip. Yishang didn't like to talk about random things, but Exquisite liked to ask questions. Somewhat helpless, Night Sorrow casually said a few words and then went to the secret cultivation room to cultivate. What's wrong? Exquisite looked at Night Sorrow's back and frowned. She felt that Night Sorrow was a little impatient. He must have wanted to drink tea in peace. Everyone kept asking him and he couldn't calm down, so he went to cultivate, Yang Lei said straightforwardly. She knew Night Sorrow very well. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I will be more careful in the future, Exquisite said apologetically. Everyone should understand each other. This way, we can get along better, Sikong Chuyu said. Chapter 524. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Actually, since you're the one who explained all this, it means that you're a reasonable person. We can get to know each other better, Yang Lei said. Because of Ling Long's words, her impression of her had changed. I'm from the Dark Mountain tribe. Maybe it's because I'm used to it. Ling Long smiled at the two girls and left the backyard. You're straightforward. Not bad, Sikong Chuyu said. Night Sorrow cultivated until night time before he came out to have dinner with everyone. Night Sorrow, you left like that at noon. It was a little embarrassing, Yang Lei said. I can't report everything, right? Night Sorrow put down the bowl of soup and wiped his mouth. Sikong Chuyu smiled and told him about Ling Long's situation. The Dark Mountain tribe is a special tribe. They have some special habits and are straightforward. You can't be like that anymore, Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded and took the tea from Sikong Chuyu. This is quite a coincidence. Aunt Fei went and solved the problem without doing anything. One of the 3 leaders of the Tai-Ching region is very powerful, Sikong Chuyu said. Of course the invincible venerables are powerful. Otherwise, Deputy Palace Master Tai Shu wouldn't have been defeated. Love go little say, Chuyang Lei said. Now that the problem is solved, we can cultivate in peace, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. I hope it can be quiet. It's really tiring to go back and forth all this time. Night Sorrow let out a sigh. Indeed. In the past few years since you entered the sect, first, there was the Medicine Valley incident, then there was the invasion of the dark creatures. You didn't let anyone rest. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow with some heartache. In fact, Night Sorrow didn't rest at all. Night Sorrow practiced his spear art for a while before the 3 of them went to rest. Of course, it wasn't a simple rest. The 3 of them needed to communicate, and Night Sorrow wasn't a saint. The harmony cultivation method wasn't of much help to Night Sorrow, but because Night Sorrow's body was filled with blood qi and yang qi, it was of great help to the 2 women. The days that followed were really quiet. At night, Night Sorrow cultivated his foundation. During the day, he cultivated his spear art and the realm of one with the spear. Sometimes, he would accompany Sky Feather and Silver Fox. Other times, he would watch the other brothers cultivate. After a day of cultivation, Night Sorrow pondered for a moment before going to Tianji Tower. He wanted to ask about the space crystal and if there were any desolate stones. Night Sorrow needed both of these things. Night Sorrow didn't need the space crystal now, but he would need it in the future. Currently, Night Sorrow's bloodline talent was at the foundation stage. Once his foundation was stable, he would need the space crystal to upgrade it. As for the desolate stones, Night Sorrow needed them more. If the power of desolates in his body was sufficient, his combat power would be greatly improved. Night Sorrow went to Tianji Tower and saw Yin Shui. When Night Sorrow mentioned this matter, Yin Shui's face turned red and she quickly apologized. She had been busy with the death space and had forgotten about this matter. It's okay. I really need the space crystal. I also need the water crystal and the thunder crystal. I won't take advantage of you. Use resources of the same value to exchange, Night Sorrow said. The headquarters will have the space crystal. If you need one, the headquarters will send someone to deliver it. But if you ask for so many, everyone will understand that you don't need them for yourself, Yin Shui said. I can use top-grade spirit stones, life crystals, life liquid, soul crystals, and other high-level resources to exchange for them. Is that okay? Night Sorrow directly stated the price he was willing to pay. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs.com, top-grade spirit stones, life crystals, life liquid, and soul crystals. These 4 are resources that all cultivators need. Of course, there's no problem. I'll report this to the headquarters and see how they arrange it, Yin Shui said as she made a record. Okay. I'll have to trouble Chief Protector Yin Shui with these matters. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Yin Shui. Yin Shui was a subordinate in front of Night Sorrow, but Night Sorrow still treated Yin Shui as a senior. Night Sorrow left Tianji Tower and strolled around the streets before returning to his mansion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Previous Chapter 4 Back in the backyard, Night Sorrow saw Wu Lingfei, who had just come out of seclusion. She was drinking tea and chatting with Yang Lei, Sikong Chuyu, and Ling Long. Where did you run off to? It's quite relaxing, Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I went to Tianji Tower and talked to Protector Yin Shui about the resources, but I don't know what the result is, Night Sorrow said as he sat down. What resources did you ask for? Sikong Chuyu asked. I didn't ask for them. It's an exchange. I won't take advantage of you. I asked if there were any space crystals, water crystals, or thunder crystals, Night Sorrow said. You're really greedy. You want to exchange for everything, but you have a lot of resources, so you can really afford it, Wu Lingfei said with a smile. By the way, Aunt Fei, I want to know another thing. At that time, Supervisor Lan said that Tianji Tower wanted to borrow the water origin stone without any cost. Does Tianji Tower have a top-level water venerable? Night Sorrow asked. Of course, Master K is one, Wu Lingfei said. Then why hasn't it been mentioned yet? Night Sorrow asked, puzzled. If you want to enter the Saint Realm, you need to understand the power of rules first and then break through in one fell swoop. In addition, Master K may want to touch the ultimate attribute. That way, his combat power will be different after advancing. Master K has a chance to advance to the Black Mysterious Water ultimate attribute, Wu Lingfei said. Night Sorrow nodded. He understood why Tianji Tower hadn't mentioned this for the time being. It was to be used at a critical time. Night Sorrow, how's your cultivation going recently? Are there any difficulties? Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. No, it's just that my soul power is increasing slowly, Night Sorrow said. Of course. If your soul power can be cultivated quickly, venerables will be everywhere. How amazing would that be? Wu Lingfei said with a smile. Then everything else is going well, Night Sorrow said. It's a chaotic world now. Aunt Fei doesn't think it will stop. We don't know when a war will break out. If you improve your strength, you will have more ability to protect yourself, Wu Lingfei said. I will work hard. Night Sorrow nodded. It's the same for all of you. If you have any doubts about your cultivation, you can ask me, Wu Lingfei said to the other girls. The girls nodded. They knew that this was a rare opportunity. A big shot like Wu Lingfei usually cultivated and rarely commanded others to cultivate. Then, everyone began to cultivate nervously, seizing the opportunity to improve their cultivation. Night Sorrow's Jinqi cultivation increased slowly, but the myriad Tao treasured tome increased very quickly. When Night Sorrow broke through to level 3 path-seeking realm, someone from Tianji Tower came. It was not just one of them, but Lin Yuandao and Hua Haining. This made Night Sorrow very surprised. At the same time, Wu Lingfei came out to receive them. Chapter 525. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by small. I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. F% BD forever you $free Q fee, C, small square root N, if it's a normal distribution of resources, of course there's no need for the law enforcement elder to come. Isn't this a little big? Lin Yuandao said with a smile. Okay. Then this king and deputy tower master Wu will be the witnesses, Hua Haining said as he sat down. Wu Lingfei also nodded. She knew that Night Sorrow wanted to exchange for top-grade resources, which had to be recorded in Tianji Tower, so Lin Yuandao brought Hua Haining along. There are no outsiders here, except for your fiancé, and Ling Long is also a celestial emissary, so she's not an outsider. Let's get straight to the point. This king will borrow your water origin stone for 3 months. This king will personally give you 2 space crystals, 2 water crystals, and 2 thunder crystals. In addition, Tianji Tower will give you 2 of each. What do you think? Lin Yuandao said. I don't have any objections. Does Lord Tower Master want to use it now? Night Sorrow nodded. Yes, I'll use it soon. Lin Yuandao nodded. At this time, Sikong Chuyu took out the jade box containing the water origin stone and handed it to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow handed it to Lin Yuandao. Lin Yuandao and Hua Haining took out the resources Lin Yuandao mentioned at the same time and placed them on the table. Love go small say W, Chu Auntie Fei. Night Sorrow looked at Wu Lingfei. Neither Lord Tower Master nor Tianji Tower will take advantage of you. Take it. Wu Lingfei nodded. Night Sorrow waved his arm and put the resources on the table into his storage ring. You are a celestial emissary of Tianji Tower. Normally, you don't need to exchange the resources you use. These 3 space crystals are a gift from Tianji Tower. Now, let's talk about the exchange of resources between you and Tianji Tower. Lin Yuandao nodded to Hua Haining. Hua Haining placed the 3 space crystals on the table. This time, Hua Haining had brought resources with him. Night Sorrow didn't hesitate and directly put away the 3 space crystals. In the Celestial Terminus Tower, there are all the resources you mentioned, except for the Desolate Stone. However, in order to give future generations a chance, we can't exchange them without limit. We can only take out 5 pieces of each resource, Hua Haining said. Okay, I have top-grade crystals here. How much do you want? Night Sorrow asked. Don't you have soul crystals and life essence elixir? Lin Yuandao asked in surprise. Wu Lingfei smiled and said, who would be willing to use spirit stones and life essence fluid? Junior sister Wu, you know that our Tianji Tower needs some rare treasures in reserve. That way, when our core members are injured or need to break through, they will be very effective, Lin Yuandao said. Night Sorrow, let's do as Lord K says. Wu Lingfei nodded to Yishang. Yes, it's to give those who come after us some opportunities. In the end, Night Sorrow took out 10 soul crystals and half a bottle of life essence to complete the exchange. I'm from Tianji Tower, so I have to do something for Tianji Tower. This bottle of soul fluid of life and 2 bottles of void pills is my contribution to Tianji Tower. Night Sorrow took out another bottle of soul fluid of life and 2 bottles of void pills and gave them to Hua Haining. What a shame. I don't even have a place to put my face, Hua Haining said with a wry smile. It is indeed embarrassing. We even came here to make a deal with them. What is this? Lin Yuandao was also a little embarrassed. They didn't expect Night Sorrow to be so generous. The resources that Night Sorrow had contributed were already extremely valuable. It's nothing. This is what I should do. Baidu search love go xiao shua www.aichuxs.com, Night Sorrow said. Junior sister Wu, was it you who taught Night Sorrow this move? Lin Yuandao asked Wu Lingfei. That's not true. Night Sorrow has always been magnanimous. Senior brother Lin, elder Hua, you guys have to treat Night Sorrow well in the future, said Wu Lingfei. Alright, I will reflect on my actions this time. Hua Haining cupped his fists towards Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow bowed in return. At the same time, he felt more respect for Hua Haining. This was how an elder should behave. Senior brother Lin, there's no need to apologize. If you feel bad, then when Night Sorrow enters the Exalt stage, you can help him upgrade his weapon. We'll provide the materials ourselves. Wu Lingfei looked at Lin Yuandao, who was about to apologize. Leave this matter to me. Lin Yuandao nodded and said. That's more or less done, said Wu Lingfei. By the way, there's one more thing. The realm of unbounded desolation is currently in chaos. Night Sorrow, if you're interested, you can go take a look. Lin Yuandao said to Night Sorrow, Ling Long, and the others. The realm of unbounded desolation is divided between humans and beasts, Night Sorrow said. Won't the beast sovereigns hate us if we go there? How should I put it? Hua Haining said. It's possible. For example, if you kill a spirit beast or a spirit beast's descendant, it'll easily lead to conflict. Don't worry. Night Sorrow, you guys go ahead. Are you afraid of being killed? If you're afraid of being killed, then just lie there quietly. Don't come out and cause a beast tide. Wu Lingfei nodded at Night Sorrow. Alright, Hua Haining said. I'll arrange for someone to go with you later. If you're killed by a beast sovereign, it'll be because you're weak. However, if you're killed by a beast sovereign, it'll be because of the incompetence of our seniors in Tianji Tower. Elder Hua, there's no need for that. I'll go with you. Wu Lingfei took over the task. After all, she didn't want anyone else to protect Night Sorrow. Now that everything is more or less settled, can we drink without worry? Lin Yuandao said with a smile. Afterwards, Yang Lei, Ling Long, and Sikong Chuyu served the dishes. Auntie Feng had already prepared a banquet for them as soon as the two of them entered. After the dishes were served, Wu Lingfei took the wine that Knight's Sorrow poured for her and asked, "Are you confident, Senior Marshal Brother Lin?" "More or less," Lin Yuandao said. "The main thing is that it'll be more difficult for me to make the breakthrough with my ultimate attribute." Wu Lingfei nodded. She understood Lin Yuandao's thoughts. He wanted a good foundation, just like she did before she insisted on making the breakthrough with her life attribute. After drinking, Lin Yuandao and Hua Haining left. They were here to take a look at Tianji Tower's second base. Knight's Sorrow also found out where Tianji Tower's second base was. Tianji Tower's second base was located at Tianqiong Mountain in the Medicine Valley region. Knight's Sorrow didn't know the exact location. "Auntie Fei, why is Tianji Tower only building its second base? Is it difficult to build a base?" Knight's Sorrow asked Wu Lingfei, who was drinking tea. Wu Lingfei didn't hide anything from them and said, "Not really. They only built small bases in the past. After all, large bases would be feared by the local forces, so they needed an opportunity. In the past, Taiqing Domain was the most prosperous among the 9 domains, and the strongest force in Taiqing Domain was the Night Moon Dynasty. The Yun Dynasty had a close relationship with Tianji Tower, so the first base was built in Taiqing Domain. Since Auntie Fei knows about the first base, then you must know a lot about Taiqing Domain," Knight's Sorrow said. Chapter 526. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Is it the Tianji Tower's first base that Aunt Fei established? Knight's Sorrow was shocked. Love go little say W. Chu Wu Lingfei nodded and said, "Yes. That's why Aunt Fei has had contact with both the Night Moon Dynasty and the Yun Clan Dynasty. She even fought Yun Tianlong once." Knight's Sorrow nodded. The Night Moon Dynasty used to be a colossus in the realm of grand purity, but it no longer existed. At that time, the Night Moon Emperor Yi Tian didn't show up in public anymore. Aunt Fei also communicated with an emperor of the Night Moon Dynasty when we established the first base. Wu Lingfei explained the situation in the Night Moon Dynasty. Knight's Sorrow sighed and said, "Yeah, I'm just asking." Then, Wu Lingfei explained the situation in the realm of unbounded desolation to Knight's Sorrow and the girls. The realm of unbounded desolation was the realm with the strongest beast cultivators. Beast cultivators had almost dominated the realm of unbounded desolation. Even now, most of the realm of unbounded desolation was still under their control. Why would the demon beasts start a beast tide? Yang Lei asked, puzzled. The beast tide is a disaster for humans, but it has 2 meanings for the demon beasts. The first is that the demon beasts reproduce quickly, and if their numbers are too large, it will be a huge blow to the demon beasts' population. There won't be enough food and resources, so some of them will have to be eliminated. The second meaning is that some of the demon beasts with no potential will be used to attack humans. This way, some of the demon beasts with no value will be eliminated, and some of the human territories will be occupied. Wu Lingfei explained the origin and reason of the beast tide. I see. Let's go fight them then, although it has nothing to do with the Eastern Xian realm. Knight's Sorrow said. His main purpose was to capture some flying mounts. Guan Yi didn't have one yet, and Knight's Sorrow had been worried about that. Alright. You guys get ready. We'll set off in 2 days. With that, Wu Lingfei rose and returned to the observation tower. Actually, there isn't much to prepare. I'm just going to see if Tianji Tower and blood-robed guards are going to fight. Exquisite, are you going? Knight's Sorrow stood up and asked Exquisite. I want to go, but I can't. Elder Hu wants me to go to the base to take a look. We're all celestial fate emissaries, so the treatment is different. Ling Long said gloomily. This shows how much they value you. Alright, I'll get back to work. Night Sorrow got up and walked toward the residential area on the left side of the mansion. This was where the Bloodstrike Guards and Tianji Tower teams rested. After finding Ho Jian and Blood Piercing, Night Sorrow asked them to assemble the team. The Tianji Tower team and the Blood-Robed Guard team assembled quickly, forming two lines in a matter of moments. Here's the thing. I plan to go to the realm of unbounded desolation in a few days. There's a beast tied there. What do you think? Night Sorrow asked. Blood Piercing turned around and looked at the Bloodstrike Guards, who all nodded, and said, "We want to go, but it's up to you, Captain." Ho Jian turned around and looked at Lei Bao and the others. "I don't need to say anything. Who doesn't want to go?" Lei Bao waved his hand and said, "Of course." See you, Original X Chapter 06, a few days ago, Lei Bao and Lei Zheng had both reached the 5th stage. In other words, among Night Sorrow's two teams, only Qin Zhen and Ho Qingjie were at the spirit severing stage. Ho Qingjie's cultivation base had also reached the late spirit severing stage. After all, Qin Zhen had only cultivated for a short time. It was already very rare for him to reach the peak of the spirit severing stage. Night Sorrow waved his arm and said, "Then you should prepare yourselves. We'll be fighting across realms in a few days. It's been a while since we fought side by side. I'm looking forward to it. Captain, you'll have to spend a lot of money. We'll need a lot of spirit stones to use the teleportation portal," Nan Liu said with a smile. "That's not a problem. I can still afford to take care of my brothers and sisters," Night Sorrow said with a smile. "Of course, Captain isn't an ordinary person." Lei Bao gave Night Sorrow a thumbs up. In fact, these problems might be troublesome in the eyes of others, but they were nothing to Night Sorrow. Yishang did not have many medium-grade spirit stones, only a few hundred. However, a high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Yishang's high-grade spirit stones were like a small mountain in his storage ring. He could never use them all. Ha! Captain is so domineering. Let's get ready. We can set off at any time, Blood Piercing said. There's one more thing. If you don't have enough resources, just say the word. Don't delay your cultivation because of the lack of resources. I have clear void pills and void pills. As long as you can eat them, I have them, Night Sorrow emphasized again. Bang! After hearing Night Sorrow's words, the members of the Bloodstrike Guard and Tianji Tower stood upright. They all held their weapons in their right hands and pounded their chests with their left hands. This was the most respectful etiquette and also the highest form of loyalty. You don't have to do this. As a brother, I will do whatever I can for you. It's not for anything else, but for when I look back a few years later and see that my brothers are still around. If you want to do this, you need strength. As long as you work hard, I will find a way to get resources, Night Sorrow said. Captain, don't worry. No matter what, we will never give up on our brothers. No matter when, as long as you drink with us, there will be no shortage of people, Blood Piercing said as he stepped forward. Alright, I will let you know when it's time to set off, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow left, but the team didn't disperse. Blood Piercing looked at his brothers behind him and said, I forgot to tell you last time. When we used to cultivate in the mountains, some of us got some materials. Take out the high-grade materials and give them to the captain. After hearing Blood Piercing's words, the members of the Bloodstrike Guard began to hand over their alchemy materials. On Ho Jian's side, a few people also took out their materials. Without Night Sorrow's care and resources, alchemy materials were equivalent to resources and elixirs. This was very important to a cultivator, as it was their lifeblood. However, to the members of the Bloodstrike Guard and Tianji Tower, alchemy materials were useless. They were just gifts or decorations. Gifts? Night Sorrow was helping everyone to provide resources and elixirs. Was it appropriate to give his materials to others? First of all, he couldn't get past his conscience. Night Sorrow returned to the martial arts arena and began to cultivate. He cultivated the Covering Sky hand. A few days ago, Night Sorrow had upgraded the Covering Sky hand to the highest level. After upgrading the Covering Sky hand to the highest level, Night Sorrow could use 3 palms, 1 palm with true chi and 2 palms with the myriad Tao treasured scripture. After using the Covering Sky hand with the myriad Tao treasured scripture's energy, Night Sorrow looked at his hands and suddenly had an idea. If he circulated the power of desolates to his hands, what would the Covering Sky hand be like? Night Sorrow wasn't a sloppy person. He acted as soon as he thought of it. He circulated the power of desolates in his body to his right hand and slapped a huge rock in front of him. Chapter 527. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. After sending out this palm strike, Night Sorrow was extremely shocked. This was because the power of desolates had not been consumed at all. After being sent out, Night Sorrow's soul power probed and it followed Night Sorrow's soul power back into Night Sorrow's body. Love go little say, Chu. After recovering for a while, Night Sorrow used a small portion of the myriad Tao tome's energy and sent out another palm strike with the power of desolates. After sending out this palm strike, Night Sorrow realized that the attack power had decreased a little, but the power of desolates attack was still there. The range of the palm strike was once again invaded by the power of desolates, and it was very serious. Ha! Night Sorrow laughed loudly. Although he could not use the power of desolates to strengthen himself, the erosion of the power of time was too overbearing. What's wrong with you? Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu, who were practicing carving in the main hall, walked out. What are you doing? Ah! What is this? Why is this tree decaying? Seeing the mess Night Sorrow had made, Sikong Chuyu was very surprised. At this time, Wu Lingfei also came over and looked at the decaying trees and flowers. Can it be used for attack? Yes, although it's only a lock, the effect is very strong. Love go little say, Chu. Night Sorrow nodded and said. Very good. Don't mess around. If you mess around like this, the mansion will be destroyed by you. Wu Lingfei looked again at the mess Night Sorrow had made, shook her head, and left. Come back with me. Yang Lei pulled Night Sorrow's arm and entered the main hall. Drink some water and then confess. Sikong Chuyu said after pouring a cup of tea for Night Sorrow. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you. It's just that I was a little annoyed by the questions that day, so I went to cultivate and didn't talk about it. Night Sorrow drank the water and briefly explained the power of desolates. All right. There's nothing much to say about your ability. Even Auntie Fei can't refine the power of desolates, but you can. That's too awesome. Sikong Chuyu said with some emotion. #original, initials, send, 13, do you have the power of time, space and nothingness? Yang Lei asked. Yes. Night Sorrow nodded. Any one of these 3 is enough to shock the world. You actually gathered all 3 into one. Love go little say. Yang Lei patted Night Sorrow's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Let's not talk about that. Let's get ready. We're going to the realm of unbounded desolation. It'll probably take us a long time to get there. You women will need a lot of things, so make sure you're well prepared. With these words, Night Sorrow left for his private cultivation room. Over the next 2 days, Night Sorrow had the blood-robed guard and Tianji Tower's team walk around the streets and make some preparations. On the 3rd day, Wu Lingfei found Night Sorrow and told him to take everyone to the realm of unbounded desolation. Night Sorrow gathered the Tianji Tower's team and the blood-robed guard. Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu also joined the Tianji Tower's team. Although she was Night Sorrow's fiancée, team discipline was still the most important thing. This was something that both Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu understood. Night Sorrow tightened his grip on the reincarnation spear on his back and asked, Is there a problem? No problem. The Tianji Towers team and the blood-robed guards team shouted in unison. Then let's go. Wu Lingfei nodded at Night Sorrow. Love go little Seiku. After nodding at Wu Lingfei, Night Sorrow turned around and gave the order, release the mounts. Let's go. Then, everyone's mounts rose into the air. Wu Lingfei's body flickered and landed on Tianyu's back. After reaching the 5th grade, Tianyu's intelligence was almost as good as a human's. Knowing that Wu Lingfei was Night Sorrow's family, he didn't resist. After arriving at the teleportation portal, everyone put away their mounts. Night Sorrow paid the teleportation fee, and the group started teleporting. First, they went to East Smoke City in the Taiyue domain, then East Garden City. After leaving East Garden City, they had to fly to Wui City in the northern part of the Taiyue domain. Only then could they teleport to Northern Blue City, a coastal city close to the realm of unbounded desolation. Although Night Sorrow's mount was fast, it had to accommodate the slowest member. The blood-robed guards' mounts were all at the peak of the 3rd grade. Fortunately, they weren't too slow. During the day, they traveled, and at night, they set up camp and cultivated. None of them were flowers in a greenhouse. They had all experienced wilderness survival and long journeys. Traveling like this wasn't a problem for them. That brother of yours is pretty good. Although his cultivation base is at the bottom of the group, he'll definitely catch up in the future. His darkness attribute is quite powerful. Wu Lingfei, who had returned to her tent to drink tea, said after checking on everyone's state of cultivation. After pouring himself a cup of tea, Night Sorrow said, "By the way, Aunt Fei, there's one more thing I haven't told you yet." "What is it?" Wu Lingfei asked with a smile. She liked the way Night Sorrow talked to her about everything. Then, Night Sorrow told her about the resurrection of his 12th senior brother, Guanyi, and that the main reason for it was the Dark Spirit Saint. The Dark Spirit Saint is quite capable. He's also quite open-minded. Don't worry. That kind of person wouldn't trick your 12th senior brother. If he wanted to use some sort of method to resurrect himself, you wouldn't be able to find out or stop it. Wu Lingfei explained the results of her analysis. I believe in this. My master, senior brother, and senior sister also believe in this. Perhaps others will be worried about this. But as time passes, the facts will prove everything. Night Sorrow said. As long as a cultivator of the death attribute grows up, his future will be very bright. In addition, as his cultivation base increases, he'll be able to activate and refine the memory fragments of the Dark Spirit Saint. He'll be able to comprehend some of the cultivation experiences and battle techniques. It can be said that his future is very good. Wu Lingfei emphasized Guanye's future twice. If that's the case, then my 12th senior brother still has the possibility of obtaining the insights of the Dark Spirit Saint? Night Sorrow said with some surprise. It's easy to communicate with smart people. I just don't know what the soul fragments of the Dark Spirit Saint left behind. If it's related to the comprehension of the power of laws, then you know what it means. At the very least, your 12th senior brother will be able to cultivate to the half-step saint level. Wu Lingfei said. I understand. It seems that among us brothers and sisters, my 12th senior brother's potential is the greatest, said Yishang. What are you talking about? You think you can't reach that level? Wu Lingfei reached out and knocked Night Sorrow's head. I'm still not in the right place, but I'll work hard. Night Sorrow said. Actually, this is both a benefit and a disadvantage. If he can comprehend the soul fragments of the Dark Spirit Saint, then there will be a certain resistance to his comprehension of the realm. If he can't break through the shackles, then his achievements will be fixed. Do you understand what I mean? Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I understand, and I believe in myself. Night Sorrow said. Chapter 528. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Night Sorrow understood what Wu Lingfei meant. According to normal estimations, if Guan Ye's growth was smooth, he would be able to obtain the fragments of Dark Spirit Saint's insights. His achievements would be very high, but no matter how high he was, he wouldn't be able to surpass the Saint realm. At most, he would be a half-step saint. After all, it was impossible for Guan Yi to obtain all of Dark Spirit Saint's memory fragments. If he lacked even a little bit, he wouldn't be able to enter the Saint realm. This was different from other cultivators. When ordinary cultivators needed to comprehend the power of laws, they just needed to find a medium to do so. For example, Source Stones, Saint Crystals, the Death Space, the Heaven Vault, the Sea Heart Island where Tai Shu Yen lived, and other places with the power of laws, they could comprehend whatever they lacked. However, Guan Yi couldn't. He could only comprehend the power of laws that Dark Spirit Saint grasped when he entered the Saint realm. Have you thought it through? Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. There's nothing to think about. Cultivation is endless. Only the unknown is worth working hard. If you know your end point, there's no meaning. Night Sorrow said. Aunt Fei likes your attitude. According to Aunt Fei's estimations, you will only be able to display your true strength after entering the Venerable Realm. You have the Void Source Stone, why are you worried about not being able to comprehend the Void laws? In front of the True Origin bead, the Source Stone was too weak. The Source Stone only contained a portion of the power of laws. But the Origin bead was different. It contained the power of laws to perfection. Love Go Little Say, Chu Wu Lingfei patted his shoulder and said. Aunt Fei, don't worry. Some things won't affect my state of mind. Night Sorrow smiled at Wu Lingfei. Actually, there are times when Aunt Fei is suspicious. How can a person like you appear? In the endless years, there hasn't been a single cultivator who has the Void attribute. Not only do you have the Void attribute, you even obtained a supreme treasure of the Void attribute. You have both talent and opportunity. This can be said to be peerless. Wu Lingfei said. Aunt Fei, don't praise me. It's easy to ruin my state of mind. Night Sorrow smiled. Wu Lingfei patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. She knew that Night Sorrow's greatest highlight wasn't his cultivation or treasures, but his mental state. After resting for a night, everyone continued their journey towards their target city. It took them 7 days to reach Wui City. After arriving at Wui City, concubine Wu Lingfei had everyone stay in an inn for a comfortable night before taking the teleportation formation to Northern Blue City. Normally, the Taiyue domain's teleportation formation was already under the control of the Eastern Xian domain. In addition, there were also secret strategic teleportation formations. These were all under Wu Lingfei's control. They could be used directly, but Wu Lingfei didn't think it was necessary. The Tianji Tower Squad and the Blood-Robed Guard Squad also needed to train. After putting away their mounts, they teleported to Nanxiang City in the realm of unbounded desolation. Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei ended up in Nanxiang City. After having Night Sorrow arrange for everyone to rest, Wu Lingfei took Night Sorrow to the Tianji Tower branch in Nanxiang City. Seeing the two of them wearing masks, the person in charge of the Tianji Tower branch in Nanxiang City bowed and greeted them. Wu Lingfei asked him about the demon beast tide. After hearing the report, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow learned that the problem was in the Thousand Desolation mountain range in the western part of the realm of unbounded desolation, near the realm of Three Origins. The two of them also knew that the Empyrean Terminus Tower had also sent people over, mainly because the beast tide this time was very serious. According to the news sent back from the front line, there were millions of beasts in this beast tide, and there was no lack of high-level demonic beasts among them. There were even venerable realm demonic beasts in human form. Afterwards, Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei left the Tianji Tower branch and returned to the inn. Wu Lingfei took a cup of tea from Night Sorrow and said, "It's really serious. 1,000,000 demon beasts is just a number now, but it'll be a shocking scene when we see them in person." Night Sorrow looked at Wu Lingfei and asked, "Auntie Fei, the battle between humans and demon beasts won't affect you, right?" Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and said, "No, it won't. Of course, if they're from the same clan as me, it'll be a different story. Auntie Faye, you're called the Golden Phoenix. What clan are you from? Night Sorrow asked. Wu Lingfei smiled at Night Sorrow and said, I'm from the Ice Phoenix clan. I haven't seen anyone from the same clan for many years. I was born and raised in the East Snow Mountain. I want to know what you're thinking, Auntie Faye, Night Sorrow said. I won't do anything you don't like. Wu Lingfei nodded at Night Sorrow and said, okay, Auntie Faye understands your feelings. The same goes for Auntie Faye. If anything happens, I'll let you know. After pondering for a moment, Night Sorrow asked, are we going to work with the people from the Tianji Tower branch in the realm of unbounded desolation? That depends. The head of the Tianji Tower branch in the realm of unbounded desolation is called Qing Mang. He was born in the realm of unbounded desolation. In fact, he's also a demon beast, but he's already assimilated into the human race, Wu Lingfei said. After a moment of hesitation, Night Sorrow asked, how will he deal with this? That's not a problem. Demon beasts have two choices when they enter the Exalt realm. One is to assimilate into human society, and the other is to continue living among demon beasts. Qing Mang chose to assimilate into human society. In fact, if we look at it from the perspective of different races, tigers, snakes, and humans are just different races, not different races. Wu Lingfei explained to Night Sorrow. If that's the case, then this matter will be much easier to deal with, Night Sorrow said. Of course, it's just like Aunt Faye. In Aunt Faye's eyes, all demon beasts are the same as humans. They're all different races, Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow returned to his room to rest. Latest D, Chapter, W on, Z. After a night's rest, the group set off again. After taking a teleportation portal, they arrived at the Thousand Desolation City. The Thousand Desolation City was the dividing line between humans and demon beasts in the realm of unbounded desolation. To the west was the world of demon beasts, while to the east was the territory of humans. Wu Lingfei took Night Sorrow to the Tianji Tower branch in the Thousand Desolation City. As the vice head of the Tianji Tower, there were some things that she had to ask about. In the lobby of the Tianji Tower, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow met Qing Mang. Qing Mang was a 3-meter-tall, burly man. His hair was loose, and there was a vertical sword mark between his eyebrows, which added to his fierce aura. Qing Mang greets Tower Master Wu and Heaven's Terminus Emissary. Qing Mang cupped his hands at Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow greets Tower Master Qing Mang. Night Sorrow cupped his hands in return. In the Tianji Tower, Heaven's Terminus Emissary's status was only second to the 7 potentates. He was equal to the other Tower Masters. Alright, let's find a quiet place to sit, Wu Lingfei said. Then, Qing Mang led the two to a quiet room. Chapter 529. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What's the situation now? Wu Lingfei asked. It's very serious. Although Tianji Tower can preserve its strength, this is our hometown after all. If the beast tide comes, the civilization in the realm of unbounded desolation will deteriorate. Therefore, I've discussed it with my colleagues, and we've decided to fight to the end, Qing Mang said. Wu Lingfei interrupted Qing Mang and said, I understand. Now, I need to know how serious the situation is. The city lord of Grand Desolation City fought to a draw with the 5-clawed pterosaur the day before yesterday. In addition, there's more than one commander commanding the beast tide, so the situation isn't optimistic. I just came back from there, Qing Mang said. Then it's not an ordinary beast tide. The beast tide is fake, and the invasion of human territory is real. What's the cultivation base of the 5-clawed pterosaur? Wu Lingfei asked. It's a peak venerable. Although its battle skills are crude, it's extremely talented. The city lord of Grand Desolation City can withstand it, but he can't defeat it, Qing Mang said. Wu Lingfei thought for a moment and said, I've brought some young cultivators with me to gain experience. I'll talk to the city lord of Grand Desolation City tomorrow and then make some decisions. All right. Where are they? I'll arrange accommodations for them. Master Wu Lingfei and Heaven Terminus Emissary, you can stay in the backyard. Love go little say, Chu Qing Mang said. We've already stayed in the inn, so there's no need to trouble Sub-Tower Master Qing Mang. Don't worry, I'll make the appropriate arrangements. However, we still need to see the city lord's attitude. Let's go back first, Wu Lingfei said. Qing Mang nodded and saw Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow out of the Tianji Tower branch. Looking at Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow's departing figures, Qing Mang shook her head helplessly. She knew what Wu Lingfei meant. Qing Mang knew what Wu Lingfei meant. If the city lord of Grand Desolation City showed a good attitude, then Wu Lingfei and Tianji Tower's headquarters could help solve the problem. But if they didn't, then Wu Lingfei's approach would change. At that time, he had only acted out of the interest of Tianji Tower. With Wu Lingfei's ability to suppress the demon beast tide, it wouldn't be a problem for her to ask the demon beasts for a safe haven in the realm of unbounded desolation. It could even be said that the demon beast tide was an opportunity for the Tianji Tower. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs. Tianji Tower did not fight for territory, but at this time, if they wanted to share a territory with the demon beasts would also compromise. If they did not compromise, then the consequences would be very serious. Of course, the premise was that Wu Lingfei could control the situation. Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow returned to the inn. Auntie Fei, do we need to know what the City Lord Mansion's attitude is? Is that important? Night Sorrow asked. It's not important, Wu Lingfei said with a smile. But it's good that we can fight for some benefits for Tianji Tower. After hearing Wu Lingfei's words, Night Sorrow immediately understood what she meant. If the City Lord Mansion in Grand Desolation City couldn't hold the demon beast tide, they would need outside help, and there was no one stronger than Wu Lingfei. It was impossible that the Nine Realms Royal City didn't know about the battle between Wu Lingfei and Ji Yuhaitian. If they wanted to use Wu Lingfei as an outside force, they would have to show their sincerity. Anyone who wasn't a fool would understand this sincerity. Auntie Fei, will this make things difficult for the leader of Qing Mang's branch? Night Sorrow asked. No, it won't. I made it clear because I don't want Qing Mang to be estranged. Besides, now that the City Lord Mansion in the realm of unbounded desolation and the Heaven Poles branch in the realm of unbounded desolation and the Slaughter Halls branch in the realm of unbounded desolation are fighting each other, they should have put aside their differences. Only I can be the villain, but I don't mind, Wu Lingfei said. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. After that, the two of them returned to the tavern and sat down to meditate and rest. Qing Mang hesitated for a while before putting on her mask and leaving the Heaven Poles branch. She arrived at the command tent in the middle of the Thousand Desolation mountain range. The leader of Qing Mang's branch is here, a man in a tiger fur coat said. City Lord Hu Xiao, I have something to discuss with the City Lord, Qing Mang said. She was the only official version of you, while the other three were Heist 9 versions. The man in the tiger fur coat, Hu Xiao, the City Lord of Grand Desolation City, said, in the past, our City Lord Mansion and Tianji Tower might have been competitors. But now, we're united against the outside world. You can speak your mind. As long as the City Lord Mansion can do it, we'll do it. Qing Mang looked at Hu Xiao and said, it's going to be difficult for the human camp in the realm of unbounded desolation to withstand the demon beast tide. However, we have an opportunity today. I don't have the final say in controlling this opportunity. It's up to the City Lord. An opportunity? We can't kill the 5-clawed pterodactyl and the 3-legged ape king. Hu Xiao sighed. The leader of Tianji Tower, Tower Master Wu, has come to the realm of unbounded desolation and met with me. However, she said that it's up to the city lord mansion whether to help or not, Qing Mang said. A woman on Hu Zhao's left pointed at Qing Mang and said, "Isn't that what you want, Qing Mang?" "All right. I'll pretend I didn't come here today." Qing Mang sighed and turned to leave the tent. "Wait." Elder Guan apologized to Tower Master Qing Mang. Hu Zhao called out to Qing Mang. At the same time, he roared at the woman beside him. "I'm sorry, Tower Master Qing Mang. It's just that I feel that you're taking advantage of the situation by saying that." Elder Guan clasped his hands at Qing Mang. "Perhaps. I was born in the realm of unbounded desolation, and I'm willing to die fighting for the realm of unbounded desolation. However, we can't ask others to do the same." "Why should they?" "It's only right for them to fight for Tianji Tower, but there has to be a reason for them to fight for the realm of unbounded desolation." Everyone in the tent fell silent, as they all knew that Qing Mang's words made sense. In the realm of Eastern Xian, Wu Lingfei was the leader of the City Lord Mansion and Tianji Tower. If someone from the headquarters of Tianjin Tower helped her, it would be the same as helping her, since the City Lord Mansion supported the development of Tianjin Tower. However, the realm of unbounded desolation was different. The City Lord Mansion and Tianjin Tower were competitors. Of course, the headquarters of Tianjin Tower wouldn't help her for free. "I'm here to deliver the message. This has already made me lose the principle of Tianjin Tower. Now, it's up to you. Even if you refuse, I'll fight to the end. After all, I'm a member of the realm of unbounded desolation." With these words, Qing Mang left the tent. As for what the higher-ups of the realm of unbounded desolation thought, she didn't care, nor did she want to care. This time, Hu Zhao and the others didn't stop Qing Mang. Now that the matter had been made clear, the people from the City Lord Mansion were going to discuss how to negotiate with Wu Lingfei. Chapter 530. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. She became a saint with high-level attributes, so her combat power was naturally strong. At that time, she had just advanced and her strength was not stable yet. She did not even have a suitable spiritual treasure. Now, it is different. Her combat power is even more shocking. Another City Lord's Mansion elder spoke up. "That's right." Another City Lord's Mansion elder spoke up. "All right. Let's talk to her tomorrow and see what happens," Hu Zhao said after some thought. Right now, Hu Zhao and the others had no other choice because there were simply too many demonic beasts. They had flown to investigate and found that there were at least 1 million of them. A few small cities in the vicinity of the Thousand Desolation mountain range were instantly destroyed. Not a single person was left alive as they were directly flattened. All of the cities in the realm of unbounded desolation that extended from Thousand Desolation City had been destroyed. It could be said that not only had the realm of unbounded desolation lost all of the territory it had built over the past hundreds of years, but it had also lost hundreds of thousands of people. Hu Zhao and the others were determined to fight to the death, but seeing groups of people die still pained them. If they could persuade Wu Lingfei to help, they were willing to pay the price. After daybreak, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow didn't lead the Bloodstrike Guards and Tianji Tower out. Instead, they rested and drank tea in the inn. "Auntie Fei, don't we need to meet the people from the Great Desolation City's City Lord Mansion?" Night Sorrow asked after pouring a cup of tea for Wu Lingfei. "There's no need. Qing Mang will send the message. What he wants most is for the City Lord's Mansion to have an attitude. And, they're here," Wu Lingfei said. At the same time, she waved her hand and put on her veil. After seeing her true appearance on Night Sorrow, Wu Lingfei no longer hid her true appearance in front of people she got along well with. However, the people of Grand Desolate City didn't have the qualifications to do so. Just as Wu Lingfei said this, Qing Mang and Hu Zhao brought a few elders from the City Lord Mansion to the backyard. Grand Desolation City's Hu Zhao greets Lord Golden Phoenix. Hu Zhao cupped his hands towards Wu Lingfei. You're too kind, Lord of Roaring Tiger City. Wu Lingfei nodded. Qing Mang bowed and said, I was the one who informed the governor of Roaring Tiger City to come here. I hope that the realm of unbounded desolation can survive this crisis. Please punish me, Mistress Wu Quebec, it's not your fault. You're from the realm of unbounded desolation. It's your duty to think for the realm of unbounded desolation. Wu Lingfei waved her hand at Qing Mang and helped her to her feet. May I know what Lord Golden Phoenix needs me to do? What do you need the great wilderness city to do? Hu Shao asked. There was no point in beating around the bush at this point, so he went straight to the point. I don't need you to do anything, Wu Lingfei said. I just need you to promise me that as long as the Tianji Tower doesn't threaten the stability of the realm of unbounded desolation, the City Lord of Grand Desolation will not obstruct the development of the Tianji Tower or interfere with its business. That's it? Hu Shao looked at Wu Lingfei in surprise. X original version 1 original version, yes, that's all. If there's no problem, I'll take care of the 5-clawed pterosaur and the 3-legged ape king. Hu Shao let out a sigh of relief inwardly. No problem. I can make that promise, and the City Lord of Grand Desolation will uphold it in the future. Hu Shao had been worried that Wu Lingfei would demand an exorbitant price. If that happened, he would be in a dilemma. If he didn't agree, countless people would die in the realm of unbounded desolation. If he agreed, he would have to pay a heavy price, perhaps even his dignity. Baidu search AI Go female sign Shao say www.aichuxs.com. For Qing Mang's sake, I won't make things difficult for you. You can go back now. I'll be there later, Wu Lingfei said, driving them away. For the Tianji Tower, the City Lord of Grand Desolation City's promise was enough. The headquarters of the Tianjin Tower couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, many of the members of the realm of unbounded desolation were from the realm of unbounded desolation. If the Tianjin Tower stood by and did nothing, it would hurt their feelings. Is that all, Auntie Fei? Knight Sorrow, who had been standing behind Wu Lingfei, asked after Hu Shao and the people from the City Lord of Grand Desolation City left. Yes, Wu Lingfei said. A man who is willing to bend for the greater good of the realm of unbounded desolation is a man of his word. He's a man of his word. Qing Mang, who hadn't left, said, yes, Lord Hu Shao has no problem with that. After Knight Sorrow gathered his men, Wu Lingfei led Knight Sorrow and the others towards the Thousand Desolation mountain range. Qing Mang followed them. Qing Mang, can you ask the City Lord of Grand Desolation City if he has any desolation stones? If he does, I'm willing to pay a high price for them, Wu Lingfei said to Qing Mang. Alright, that won't be a problem. I'll tell Hu Shao about it when I see him later, Qing Mang said. Knight Sorrow, who was standing on the other side of Wu Lingfei, was very touched. He knew that Wu Lingfei had made this request on his behalf. After arriving at the defensive line, Knight Sorrow arranged for his men to set up camp. He found that the defensive line here was even tighter than the one in Broken Cloud Mountain in the eastern Xian realm. The City Lord of Grand Desolation City has issued a high-level mission. Therefore, it's not just the City Lord of Grand Desolation who's here. Disciples from all the sects and clans in the realm of unbounded desolation are here. Even people from other realms are here, Qing Mang explained the situation to Wu Lingfei. The City Lord of Grand Desolation City is doing their best. By the way, what's the situation with the 5-clawed pterosaur and the 3-legged ape king? Wu Lingfei asked. We sent venerable experts to join the battle, Qing Mang said. Back then, the 5-clawed pterosaur and the 3-legged ape king joined the battle. Lord Hu Shao and I barely managed to hold them off. We didn't have a chance of winning. They killed many of our cultivators. I see, Wu Lingfei said. Let's see how the demonic beasts attack the defensive line. Qing Mang nodded and then went to the Tianji Tower branch in the realm of unbounded desolation. You'll join the battle tomorrow. Wu Lingfei reminded Knight Sorrow. Be careful. If you can't handle it, activate your Golden Phoenix flexible armor. Wu Lingfei valued the members of the Tianji Tower branch and the Blood Strike Guard very much. However, Night Sorrow was her only family member. To put it bluntly, Wu Lingfei had paid close attention to the Tianji Tower branch and the Blood Strike Guard mostly because of Night Sorrow. While the two of them were talking, Ho Jian came over. He brought people to make a big tent, which was prepared for Wu Ling concubine. After taking Wu Lingfei to the tent, Night Sorrow went to talk to the members of the Tianji Tower branch and the Blood Strike Guard. The situation is more serious than we thought, Night Sorrow said. It's not a game, but a real bloody battle. Ho Jian and Xue Ling nodded. Don't worry, Captain. We're all prepared. There won't be any problems. Night Sorrow looked at the members of the Tianji Tower branch and the Blood Strike Guard branch and said, remember our mission. Don't abandon any of our brothers. Then, Night Sorrow told the others to rest. He entered the tent that the Qinzhen branch had prepared for him, Yang Lei, and Sikong Chiyu. After entering the tent, Night Sorrow released Silver Fox. We're going to fight tomorrow. If there's a suitable mount, remember to get one for your 12th senior brother, Yang Lei said. There are all kinds of demonic beasts in this beast tide. If there's a suitable mount, I'll get one for 12th senior brother. Night Sorrow nodded. Chapter 531. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What exactly does the Fire Phoenix need to evolve? Night Sorrow asked. Love go little say W, Chu, it needs a fire attribute treasure. I don't know exactly what it needs. The Fire Phoenix has the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast, but it's still a little thin, Sikong Chiyu said. I still have a fire attribute origin stone, but it's a bit of a waste to use it. Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. He had a fire attribute origin stone that could be used on a rank 4 mount. That would be a waste of a heavenly treasure. What nonsense are you talking about? What's that? That's an origin stone. How can it be used carelessly? Besides, the Fire Phoenix needs energy, not rule power. Those are two different things. Sikong Chiyu stared at Night Sorrow and said, it would be great if I could control that treasure. The void fiendish space has a magma lake, and that island also has pure fire attribute energy. Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Is there any progress yet? Yang Lei asked Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow shook his head. The void fate pearl was very difficult to deal with. He had started to refine it with his true chi, and now he was nourishing it with his soul power. He could only make the void fate pearl not reject him and automatically defend against him. CW Original Eversion first release. Sikong Chiyu grabbed Night Sorrow's hand and said, this isn't something to be anxious about. The treasure is with you, and you can refine it sooner or later. There's no need to rush. Look back, all the difficulties that seemed very difficult to solve in the past have been solved one by one. Night Sorrow nodded. In the past, he had faced many difficulties. The problem of Old Man Gu's lifespan had always been a sore point for Night Sorrow. Now, it had been solved. Not only was it solved, but he could also cultivate, so he didn't need to worry about his lifespan. As for the Medicine Valley, in the past, the Medicine Valley was suppressed and annexed by the Golden Flame sect, but in the end, the Medicine Valley emerged victorious. Moreover, the Medicine Valley had established its status as a super sect in the Eastern Profound Domain. In addition, the matter between him and Sikong Chiyu had faced many obstacles in the past. Although he hadn't proposed marriage yet, there weren't any obstacles. After all, the Sikong family no longer objected to their relationship. Sikong Chiyu said as he looked at Night Sorrow, who was deep in thought, don't you know that you've overcome some difficulties without realizing it? As long as you work hard, nothing is impossible. Night Sorrow nodded. He thought about it, and indeed, unknowingly, many difficulties had been overcome. Then, the three of them sat down and cultivated. Whether it was during a battle or a stable period, the three of them cultivated very diligently. Night Sorrow was pursuing a higher realm, while the two girls didn't want to be a vase or a burden to Night Sorrow. After cultivating for a whole night, Night Sorrow woke up early to cultivate his spear art and his realm. While Night Sorrow cultivated, Wu Lingfei watched from the side and nodded from time to time. Perhaps ordinary people wouldn't be able to see anything and would only think that Night Sorrow was casually waving his spear. However, Wu Lingfei could sense the changes in Night Sorrow, the spear, and the energy around him. After cultivating for a while, Night Sorrow put away his spear. Your realm has improved very well. You already have the embryonic form of the union of heaven and man. As long as your soul power improves a bit more, you will be able to merge with heaven and earth and control the energy of heaven and earth. That will be the union of heaven and man, Wu Lingfei said as she watched Night Sorrow put away his spear. I still have to work hard. Night Sorrow said as he put away his spear and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yeah, take your time. There's no rush, Wu Lingfei said with a smile. While Wu Lingfei and Yi Shang were talking, Hu Xiao and the masked Qing Meng arrived. In the realm of unbounded desolation, Hu Xiao and Qing Meng were the two most powerful people. They were the ones in charge of dealing with the beast tide. Looking at Hu Xiao and Qing Meng, Wu Lingfei said, you guys fight as you should. I'll deal with the five-clawed pterodactyl and the three-legged ape king. As for this team, I'll arrange for them to go wherever the most difficult part is. Okay. Hu Xiao and Qing Meng nodded. Then, Night Sorrow began to organize the team. Under Qing Meng's arrangement, the team moved to the front of the defensive line. Tianji Tower's team is on the left, and the City Lord's team is on the right. If there's a problem, move to the sides, Qing Meng said to Night Sorrow. Thank you, Sub-Tower Leader Qing Meng. We'll be fine, Night Sorrow said as he made preparations. Night Sorrow had already strapped the heaven-piercing spear to his waist. Tianyu was hovering in the air behind the team, and Silver Fox was at Night Sorrow's feet. Be careful. If you can't hold on, pull back. Don't take any risks, Night Sorrow ordered the people behind him. Yang Lei stood among the Tianji Tower's team. She looked at Night Sorrow with a dazed expression. The Night Sorrow in front of her was completely different from the Night Sorrow she remembered. Night Sorrow was no longer a teenager in her eyes. Instead, he was a young man. His body wasn't tall, but it was straight and straight. His black hair was tied into a bun on the top of his head and fluttered in the wind. His eyes were so bright that people couldn't look at him directly. His face was still a little tender, but it was more of a determined look. Ninth senior sister, do you think that 13 has changed a lot? In fact, we have to look at him from a different perspective. He's now a man who can take charge of a region by himself. He's also a man who can shield us from the wind and rain with his back, Sikong Chiyu said. It's just that there's a trace of vicissitudes in his bright eyes. It makes my heart ache to see him like this, Yang Lei said. Sikong Chiyu nodded. She also had the same feeling. She understood that it had nothing to do with age. It was a sign that he had experienced too much. Qing Meng then left to communicate with Hu Xiao. After Night Sorrow finished his preparations, he looked at the sea of monsters on the opposite side. If this was a normal beast horde, the demonic beasts would advance and spread out courageously. However, this was not the case. The beast horde in front of them was led by a commander. There were flying beasts in the sky and various demonic beasts roaring on the ground. It's very dangerous. Everyone, be careful, Night Sorrow reminded them as he looked at the rolling monster tide. Night Sorrow was indeed worried. The number of monsters was much greater than the number of dark creatures they had to face in the Broken Cloud Mountain range. Moments later, the flags on the defensive line were waved, signaling the start of the attack. The realm of unbounded desolation sent a few sovereigns to charge at the monster tide. If they didn't disrupt the formation of the monster tide, the human team would suffer great losses. Although it was a little shameless for the sovereigns to go into battle, they had no other choice. At this moment, a few sovereigns rushed out from the monster tide and stopped the human sovereigns. Ha ha ha. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Today, we're going to break through your lousy defensive line. Second brother, we've been waiting for you for a while. Today, we're going to charge in. A monster with 5 sharp claws on its abdomen and a pair of huge black wings on its back soared into the sky from the monster tide. At this moment, roars rang out from the monster tide behind it. A giant white ape the size of a small mountain appeared, followed by a huge 2-headed flood dragon, each of which was more than 3 meters in diameter. 3 Beast Kings. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.